It is episode 222, three twos, of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
Well, Room 222 was probably the longest episodic comedy show. Do you remember that, Eric?
Room 222?
Yep.
Oh,
all right.
There you go. He's got the reference.
Who's the
I also
star in
remember
it?
years later, 227.
No, I don't remember that.
Carlos says, already hit the like button, so you have a lot to live up to tonight. We'll do what we can, man. We'll do what we can. Jeff, hello.
Should
Hello
never,
to you.
never hit that like button early. Never,
Paul
ever,
says,
ever.
evening, gents, and Ron Stewart. Love it.
I understand
That's
that one.
premature like button Asian. Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, pretty much. All right, let's see how this one's going. All right, Yannick, let's see if we can get you without echo. Nope, we totally hear an echo.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
It took half a second.
No, I don't.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep trying. So anyway, while Yannick's figuring himself out, believe it or not, I have an agenda this evening because there's a couple of things that I want to make sure we touch on. But before we get into the excitement, the craziness, and the nonstop episodicness,
I like it.
First of all, breaking news.
Okay.
In the last hour, the 2025 YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame ballot video dropped.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh yes. I didn't even tell the guys. They didn't even know that I was going to hit them with that right off the top. No. It has happened. Oh yes. Oh yes.
That thing you don't look forward to that you think it never went away. Oh my God.
Hold on.
Is that like a dehydrated Tim? No.
All right. I think I got it. Keep talking, Bobby.
Yeah, I'll just keep talking the way I am and we'll see what
No,
happens.
we're good. I fixed it. Yannick, there's a setting for echo cancellation. We've got it. So now we're good. We're done.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone.
No worries. So we're just,
Evening.
yeah, we're just going to turn down your mic just a little bit, but I think you're good.
And-
Okay, perfect.
And we will be discussing Yannick and my hatred of him shortly.
Beautiful. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I hit on this though.
We
I
do
want to make
have
sure
a
I hit on
big
this.
agenda today.
Oh, Bobby, this is not even a joke. Like you can't tell right now, but there's actually about 3/4 of a page of bullet point items that I've got.
Damn.
I'm ready tonight. Tonight, episode 222. Not only is it longest running episodic, we got stuff. We got stuff to talk about. All right, first order of business. Let me get this handled. So obviously, this is always my favorite thing to make fun of. However, important caveat. So I will include a link in the description for those of you that are eligible or want to participate in it or want to see the video for it or whatever. I'll include a link to it if you're not already familiar with it. All good. Do your thing. I'm going to make clear right now what I already said in my video at year end. The last couple of years, I've had a lot of fun coming up with a lot of creative ways to do this thing. But the joke has kind of run its course for me. I'm only here for the annual controversy if there is one. If you guys come up with one, I'll be happy to discuss it at length because it amuses me. But outside of that, I'm not participating in it. I will not be part of this. I abstain. The rest of you can do whatever the hell you want. But I do reserve the right to make fun of it if there is some kind of a controversy, especially if it's a particularly silly one, because those are my favorite kinds. Those are my favorite kinds. So I will 100%. I will be there with bells on. If all of y'all are getting some kind of controversy on it, I'm there. Outside of that, I will sit on the sideline. I got my popcorn ready to go. Y'all do whatever you want to do. Vote for whoever you want to vote for. I don't care.
That's the one thing I really never got is I'll be there with bells on. I don't really know. It's going to be ringing.
Well, Eric literally goes just outside with bells on because that's the only way the neighbors know he's coming.
It's the only way the dogs will play with him.
Yep.
Other than the pork chop around his neck. But anyways.
Well, they both help.
Yeah.
There you go. Voted for you, Carlos, the first ballot submitted. I do appreciate it. Like I said, for anybody who does vote, I do appreciate it. But like I said, I will abstain because honestly, I'm done with the silliness of it. And the other reason, honestly, is I had a couple of ideas for some stuff I could have done for the year. Honestly, I just don't care enough. The last video that I did last year required a 1-year long con. It was my symposium. It was my perfect moment. It was my magnum opus. That was it. I can't go past that. There's nothing more. I got nothing more for you.
Do you have your speech written already?
Yes. 7 years ago, our forefathers founded a nation built on the principle of fake Hall of Fames. That's the first part of it. I'll give you the remaining 48 minutes. Should it come
let Eric read the other 70,000 pages. Sure.
Oh yeah. Well, honestly, I don't want to spoil too much, but parts of it are just going to be War and Peace. I'm just going to intersperse like a couple of chapters of War and Peace in between. It's basic. We basically got to figure it for about 2.5 hours.
You can cut and edit again, basically.
No, the point, Yannick, is to do it in real time. So if we just do it that way, then it just goes on and on and on forever. Actually, my expectation is I will be the first to be on the bubble to almost completely fall off the ballot. It's going to be very exciting. So anyway, thank you, John. Appreciate the thought process. Anyway,
all things have changed. Yes.
Yes, indeed. My prediction. Here's my prediction.
Okay.
I think a bunch of first-time qualifiers will get the top 5 spots. Not necessarily all of them. Not necessarily all of them, but I feel like at least 3 or 4 out of the top 5 will be folks that were not eligible before. That'll be right there. Who's doing a lot of videos on it right away. Who are doing videos recently, and they'll pick up a bunch of votes, and then like sports collectors, collector dealer, whatever in that order. Him
in that order.
And yeah, it'll be like, and at least 2 of them will be vintage card guys. So the first time eligible and vintage card guys will comprise the majority of it. I just do whatever I do. So if we're in the top 10, if we're in the top 10, I'll be impressed.
Well, you were before 11, so you.
No, but that's what I mean. Like we'll drop off.
We're going to be second now.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you what's going to happen is a bunch of the votes are going to drop off. I've at least talked 2 people out of voting for me.
Oh,
yeah.
So yeah, that's half the votes. So there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So Timeless here says, R.I.P. Bob Uecker. Do you think his rookie card just went up 100% from $1 to $2?
Maybe
from $1 to $2, man. It's huge.
Cards don't go up when somebody dies. Their cards really don't go up. It's the signed cards or the signed photos. Those are the things.
Sometimes there's like 1 or 2 on eBay. Yeah, but the thing, Bob Uecker's cards, like his original cards, honestly, are very available. Like they've always been. So it's like, yeah, I probably have a couple sitting in my box. Like
it seems like everybody jumps on that eBay thing when someone dies. They get on there, boom, boom, boom. It's really when they're young and unexpected that they would really go up. The cards and everything, and they didn't really get many produced, and they were a superstar, but that doesn't happen too often. So,
yep.
But
CC, good evening to you. I did wait a whole 15 minutes after Jake. Your restraint is admirable, John. Your restraint is admirable. There's actually a tiebreaker. I guess it would have been really outrageous if more than 5 got it. Yes, pretty much. Let's see here. Mike says, "Good evening, everybody. And if you're getting Carlos for your acceptance, you should play the $1 Million Man." Yes, that would be awesome. Yes, that would be fantastic.
It'd be like greatest hits from now on.
I think it's the right thing to do.
It is.
Policy says, "Evening all," and Eric. Dufex says here, "I don't belong to any club that will accept me as a member." That's the spirit. I like it, Dufex. I like it. One of my most watched videos was my YouTube Hall of Fame acceptance speech. I remember that one. Though no one actually voted for me. I still appreciated it. I thought it was well done. So yes. So there you go. First thing is the YouTube Hall of Fame thing. It is active. Do you. Participate as much or as little as you like in it. Watch the videos. Don't watch the videos. Go for it. Do whatever you're going to do. And like I said, I will sit back. I will grab my popcorn. I will amuse myself. And then should there be some kind of a controversy, I will cackle and then I'll participate. But otherwise, I'm just going to let it go. And whatever it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
I think it's going to be a little less important now because I don't think as many people are watching out there as there once was.
I would almost bet you, Bobby, at this point, like if I was going to make a wager, I think Jake said in his video that 149 people voted last year. I bet you they topped it.
Wow, that's not many.
Well, you have to have a channel and be doing videos on sports cards for at least a year to vote. You can't just be a random person to vote.
Understand.
Yeah, so it's got to be, you literally are getting YouTube channels to vote. So I think they'll pass that. I'd be surprised if it wasn't more this time around. Because there'll be more channels that are eligible to vote.
Oh, it's too bad Sports Card Radio doesn't do any more videos now, so we don't have to vote.
If they wanted to, based on the qualifications that already exist, they could get all the votes. But you have to actually have YouTube channels vote for you. That's the way it would have to be.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, so we got that covered it. Want to make sure I touched on that. We're going to talk about one thing we're going to talk about tonight. So here's a little spoiler. I'll give you a little heads up on a couple of things I want to make sure I touch on. So definitely talked about the YouTube Hall of Fame thing. Done. Let the games begin. Good luck, y'all. Second thing. Later on tonight, I'm going to talk about the art of negotiation because apparently a refresher is needed because the art of negotiation and using your brain is dead. And I have example 5,847 of why this is the case. And I'm going to have a little fun with it. So that'll be later on. Apparently there's 3 card shows this weekend. Obviously there's the one big one, Dallas. So for you Americanos, the Dallas is the big show. I look forward to seeing some vlogs from that. That'll be fun. So that'll be a big thing. And then we'll talk a little bit about the NFL divisional round. I want to get Eric's terrible picks. So be prepared to vote, be prepared to bet against whatever it is that Eric says. That's most likely the right call. So we'll get some picks for that. There's also a CSC fan con, which I'll talk about in a little bit. There's actually something specifically about it. I want to both poke fun at it, but also I will attend one of the days of this fan con. I will explain more later. More to come.
So the fan con, give us a little bit of details of what is going to be really there. At the
I will, but not yet. Not yet. Okay. That's later in the agenda, but it will. I will bring that up and discuss it.
Okay.
And then the Hamilton Collecticon, which is, Bobby, as you said, is probably the lesser of it. Apparently, the holiday ones are the bigger ones. That's fine, but it is also another show that's on. So the point is, we got it busy. These guys should coordinate.
I'm having a show in my garage too. We're going to include that. I don't know.
We might as well. Let's do that. All right. So that's good. So those are the main agenda items. Now, Rob is here, so I'm going to read a couple of these comments. But Rob is here, so we're going to get to something here in a second. Carlos says, you're absolutely on my list of nominees again. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mike says, everybody is wearing heavy clothing. Yannick must have had his house set at 95.
Yeah. No, not even. Most people.
Yeah, I have, like I said, I have the heat pump, but it's not a miracle. And Bobby's in the garage of knowledge. So the heat
not
doesn't
bad
quite
today.
work.
Actually,
Eric is just a pansy.
I have a water heater right here, old school. So it's actually very nice.
Yep. So I'm glad Rob is here, because the first thing I want to do is that Rob was nice enough to send a package of goodies to a ungrateful swine.
Who's that?
A second. Right there. So Eric, the next item on the agenda is the opening of the package. It is time. Eric, the stage is yours. Follow the instructions.
No.
Follow instructions. Do it.
Mayonnaise bomb about to go off.
Nope. This is not going to work in my benefit. Obviously, it's something bad. There's either a rattlesnake in there, bomb, poison of some sort. I'm not opening it. It could be a hamster.
Could be a boat.
I'm not opening it.
Get on with it, Eric. Let's go. This is official segment 1. Let's go. Show what it says. That's right. Do not open until Carlos Live Friday. What a coincidence. That's where we happen to be. Carlos has instructions. That's correct.
Oh.
This gives me no confidence when I saw this. This
have
I
all
went,
the confidence.
oh, well, that would be interesting. This, no confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
so from what I understand here, it's a 3-part package. So you got to look at it and follow the instructions.
My mother watches this show.
The only thing I can guarantee you, Eric, is that it is not a manual in space, because when that happens, there will be pomp and circumstance. Don't worry about it. That's the only thing I can guarantee. Not yet, but soon. Yannick, the man has 457 knives. You'd think he'd have a paper cutting knife.
You would think so.
I'm trying to be gentle. Okay.
That one looks like it has the instructions right on it.
It doesn't say fragile on it.
Seems clear cut. That sounds to me like it's the first one.
I don't like any of this. I don't want to stick my hand in there.
There's a joke there, Yannick. I guarantee there's about 10 jokes.
It's a horse head. No. Rookies
and cover card.
Well, this seems.
Isn't that the name of the show?
This seems possibly that this is nice and no one's out to hurt me. But
so regardless, Rob, thank you on behalf of the Ungrateful Swine.
I'm concerned that may change.
Where's your knife?
That's what I'm saying.
Damn. Come on.
Yeah, they use
Well,
it
now
to cut
package
something.
open.
Yeah, now the package is open. Yeah.
So this is very nice. Very nice shape.
Very nice.
Peachy
Ooh,
for second year.
you don't like O-Pee-Chee.
Everything's O-Peachy.
That one is
Excellent.
O-Pee-Chee.
The guy who doesn't
Excellent.
like O-Pee-Chee buys the O-Pee-Chee book that has lots of O-Pee-Chee in there.
You got a nice Andrew Albert's game used jersey card here.
Ooh.
Yep, that's from SPX. Yep.
We got a Paxton Schaefer and Patrick Lalime dual card.
Yep, that's
Oh.
97.98 Donruss Limited.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. I don't think I even have a Paxton Schaefer card.
Which side are you going to display?
I'm going to display it like this.
Right on. Then there is a left and right or front and back. So, yeah. That's a cool
we
card
got
that way.
Kyle McLaren with my favorite Boston All-Star patch on his jersey.
Yeah, and I think that's 95, 96 Score Summit, I believe. It should be in the top corner. It'll be in the front, in the top corner.
95, 96 Summit. A pinnacle brand.
Tells you how long. This is 30 years ago, and I still remember this shit.
Here is another Kyle McLaren with the patch on.
Yep, 95, 96 Select. That's a good year.
So we got to
Kathy,
find those
he definitely
jerseys and
does.
put those patches in some of the cards, you know.
Eric, tell Kathy this is true.
Maybe.
I am a little scared, Mummy. I don't trust any of these mean people.
Indeed.
Steve Stais.
All right.
Look at the Canadians in there.
96,
Woohoo.
Joseph Stumpel.
I actually like that. By the way, I actually like that Parker's. I think it's 91, 92 Parker's. Even though it's obviously junk wax, I actually still kind of like that.
No, it was a nice down the side, black, yeah.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job with it. It was like a marble to the side of it.
Another Steve Stais.
Basically, Bobby, if they had turned off the printer, I actually think some of those would have held a little value.
True enough, right?
Yep.
Kyle
McLaren,
McLaren.
yep.
Kyle McLaren. Now, I have not met Kyle McLaren. However, he is a friend of the shop. And we have, at one point, we probably still do, a handful of his game-used jerseys from Boston and the Sharks, I believe, kicking around somewhere. This is Matthias Tiemander.
Well, little did you
That
know.
didn't roll off the tongue very well.
No.
Yeah, good evening, Bob Jackson.
You got another Kyle McLaren.
Quite the Kyle McLaren pack.
I'm going to have to go look and find his jerseys.
They're hanging up in the back there.
Now, here's John Graham, whose father, Ron Graham, also played for the Bruins as a goalie in the 70s.
And then there's Archie Graham. If you build it, they will come.
Another Kyle McLaren. I definitely got to go find this guy's jerseys now.
I was going to say, we're sensing a theme. So
Yeah.
just, by the way, Eric, as you're going, so I do have a little bit of a description here. It's just a cover card and some Bruins rookies is basically the description of the first section, which just plays into what we're talking about. So keep going there.
Another Matthias Tiemander. Now, this is cool because I just met, I believe it or not, I had to go up to Toronto to meet and hang out with this guy, even though he's available around here. Andrew Raycroft.
Oh.
I was hanging out with Andrew last November. That's where I met him and got his contact information.
Top Stars, by the way, is a very good set from that era. It's early 2000s, I think 02, 03. It's a very nice set.
Jarno Kulttunen.
Wow. Little did we know.
English, please.
Samuel Paulson.
I'm going to need you to start referring to them by their proper designation, SB Signature Legends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're all SB Signature
Another
Legends.
Matthias Tiemander.
96, 97 Black Diamond. I love that one.
Marius Tchaikovsky.
I actually know who that is. I remember that guy.
Yeah, he was pretty good. Another Andrew Raycroft.
I like those Peachy. Those were nice.
Yeah, they are nice looking. Another Matthias T-Mander.
Oh, Premier, yeah. SP Premier.
We have this isn't a Bruin. I'm pretty sure this is a Penguin. But Roman Simacek, he's a Penguin. I don't remember him playing for the Bruins. Here's another John Graham. Again, his dad played for the Bruins also.
I think Carlisle has picked up on the pattern. Well played, Carlisle.
Andrew Raycroft. Again. Peter Kalus. And last and not least, Jay Leach, who went on to be a coach in the NHL, I think, on some level. I think
Reggie Leach's son?
No, I don't think Jay Leach is Reggie Leach's son. I don't believe that's the case.
Cousin? Uncle?
I don't know, but I don't.
Friend of a friend?
I'd have to look into that, but I don't think he's related to Reggie Leach.
The guy with the broken leg who set the cast, him?
Because that would be kind of cool, because Reggie Leach played for the Boston Bruins. So I don't know if Jay Leach is related, but I don't think so. Okay, this
part 2.
This is open second, and this is open last.
All right, so I do have a little blurb here. It's not too much. So it says, second package is a rookie card of a person that I believe, Rob, is the finest Boston Bruin from Nova Scotia to ever play.
Okay.
That is the hint, the blurb that I have. Thank you, Rob, by the way. I appreciate the little write-up. I appreciate the extra help. And very thoughtful of you. Thank you.
This seems to be a very thoughtful situation where I definitely went into it hesitant and with great fear and concern. I'm wondering if it's a setup, kind of lowering my guard, and then, it's going to turn into something really bad. That's when the bomb's going to go off, or the rattlesnake's going to come get me. Very nice. Big fan. Number 27, Glenn Murray.
Oh, that's cool.
There you go. So Glenn Murray, PSA 10. So that is, as Rob says, his finest Boston Bruin from Nova Scotia to ever play, per Rob. So there you go.
Yeah, Glenn Murray was awesome when he was with the Bruins. That's fantastic.
Son of Canadian Anne Murray.
I don't know about that one either, but okay.
For the sake of the conversation, the podcast, the live is canon, so we're going to go with it.
Okay.
All right. So Eric, the last one. Allow me to read the blurb here. Hold on. The last one. Third package is inspired by the thought of expanding card collections in the new year. I believe in a previous episode that I've watched that this could be Eric's next favorite thing. That's what it says.
Wow.
Right, now, here's the punchline, right? Here's
the glitter.
Yeah, the glitter bomb.
Don't blow in it. There's flour in it.
Yeah, this better not be white powder.
Yeah, the white powder's fine. Just soak it in.
Yep.
Cocaine.
It's good for your skin. It's good for your skin.
Yeah.
It's Eric Clapton. No.
That's right.
It's an envelope in an envelope.
Love it.
New concept.
Hey, consider yourself lucky, Eric. Carlos Sr. would have had another 4 envelopes.
Yeah.
Minimum. And a box. Maybe 2 or 3 boxes.
Dun, 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 dun.
What do we got? That looks like a printing plate.
It seems to be of Patrick Lane, who now plays for the hated Montreal Canadiens.
All right, so it's a Dazzler's printing plate. Dazzler's printing plate. That's a 1 of 1. That looks like a black printing plate. It says on the back, Eric, so you can see exactly what it is.
Yeah, you know more about it than me.
Yeah, so black printing plate, 23 to 24, Upper Deck Series 2. Very nice. Well, that's a 1 of 1. Very fancy, Eric. Very fancy.
And I know I watched this kid play. He is very good. So that's pretty cool. I hate that he plays for the Canadiens now. I'd rather see him with the Bruins, but that's pretty awesome. I don't have a lot of one-on-one stuff.
Yeah, extra fancy.
But
and the black printing plates usually are pretty good because you can see a lot of the details on the player. So it's one of those things. Some of the printing plates, some of the colors you can't see as much detail. With the black printing plates, you usually can, depending on the design of the card. And that's a Dazzler's printing plate, which is kind of neat. Dazzlers are fun inserts. So Rob, very thoughtful, very well done. Thank you on behalf of the Ungrateful Swine.
Yeah,
You're all bedazzled now, Eric.
Thank you very, very much. That's very kind and thoughtful. I assumed it was a gag gift, and I've been sitting on my desk for a week, and I've been very hesitant about it, listening for the ticks and the talks. But thank you very much. I look forward to adding all these Bruins rookies to my collection. I love collecting Bruins rookie cards, and it looks like a bunch of these will go into the collection, especially Bruins goalie rookies. I actually have a Instagram account with Bruins goalie rookies, and it's been a while since I posted on it. I kind of got away from it, but maybe this will encourage me to.
And their Instagram account?
I have a couple of Instagram accounts, yeah.
Oh, Eric has at least 300 or 400.
And,
it's a lot.
So
mm-hmm.
I may have to get my Bruins goalie Instagram account back up and running.
There you go.
Thank you.
So Ben World Peace here.
Great.
Yep, Ben World Peace here. Good evening. Says, let's see that first Raycroft again. So do you still have that stack from the initial?
So I just pulled all the goalies. So since I don't know exactly which one you're referring to, I'm just going to show them all. Okay. So here's a Raycroft here.
Yep, it's top stars.
That's a neat one. Here's the Opeachy that we were saying looked really cool.
That's nice.
Now remember, he was rookie of the year. He won the Calder, so I mean he had a good career going here, in Boston, and then he got traded to Toronto for the rights of Tuukka Rask.
Yeah, looks like you did show. Looks like you did show the correct one. Looks like you showed the correct one there.
All right.
And Kathy's right. Oh, ye of little faith. How can you think that way of these nice guys? Men of peace. Eric.
Mom, I love you, but they have you hoodwinked.
Apologize.
They have you hoodwinked.
Well, listen. Our Men of Peacedom is well noted, and it is something that is appreciated by AMG Collectibles, and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Scrolling ticker, links in the description. We were back this past week. We had a live stream and a podcast episode. Had some fun with Synergy. Apparently, Synergy, this is the last iteration of Synergy that it will ever be. The Synergy is gone. It is gone. So this is the last year of it. But we did have a little bit of fun with that. And Sherry and the Collector of the Scallops went to the Upper Deck Diamond Dealers Conference. So certified diamond dealers. And they were able to have a little bit of fun. We did enjoy it. If you do check out the YouTube channel, link is in the description. If you do check it out, check out the live, because on the live we were able to talk about their experiences at the Diamond Dealer Conference, and Sherry and the Collector of the Scalp, Steve, were able to enjoy a little bit of the wrestling, which played, of course, right into my hands. It was beautiful because I was able to give them a little background, a little information on it, and yeah, they decided to make a whole little event of it. So it was very good to get that little bit of background. Absolutely. Get a little background on it and see what was going on with it, and get a little information, because obviously they do share. And they had some exclusive cards that came with it. We were able to show a couple of those and get a little bit. If you're curious about any of that stuff, we talked about it basically on the live. That was basically the entire live, talking about their experiences in it. So it was kind of fun.
Diamond Dealer Dallas Page.
Oh, that would be great too.
He was there.
Nice work, Eric. That's right.
Yeah, this is great. I appreciate it very much. I look forward to sorting them all out and putting them away, and maybe I see if I can get Ray to sign that.
There you go. Carl here says, with regards to Yannick's label, as a child, I saw Evel Knievel play in the Atlanta Golf Classic Pro-Am. His golf game is nearly as reckless as his stunts. Love it. This would have been circa 1976. He wore a black and white striped outfit that looked like an escaped convict. Love it.
Nice.
CC here says, Raycroft destroyed the Leafs and he helped the Bruins hoist the cup. There you go.
There you go.
Brendan, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Good evening, sir. How are you? You just missed out on a wonderful mail day that Eric received.
I caught a part of it. I just thought I'd hop on for a little bit. I don't get on Friday very much, but I told my wife and my daughter I was going to hop on for just a few minutes and see how
tonight's the night.
Doing.
Well, now that we did that, which was very nice. I have a question for anybody that hopefully can answer this. I got another package this week from the state of Pennsylvania. I don't know anybody in Pennsylvania. I thought it must be something I picked up on the eBays. So I opened it up thinking it must have been something I ordered. And it was not something I ordered. It was my very own Joe Thornton starter kit. I don't know who sent this to me.
The greatest living Boston Bruin and dead ever.
Jumbo Joe.
I now have a Bruins, a Joe Thornton's Bruins starters kit. It looks
more
like
important question.
Kind of fancy. It's a Young Stars and it's speckly and stuff. So I don't.
That's actually a fun. It's a fun parallel to that for the young Stars.
So I got 3 Young Stars.
It's a thoughtful gift, Eric. That's what counts.
It is.
And a Bowman Chrome. I love Bowman Chrome cards. I think everybody does. They're just so nice. But I'm not, as I may have mentioned once or twice, I'm not the biggest Joe Thornton fan. So when I know. So when
what did he do to you?
What? In detail.
I don't want to discuss it on live air. But
wow.
I was quite surprised opening it up and finding this Joe Thornton starter kit. And whoever's responsible for this needs to take responsibility.
Well, it came from the fine state of PA, the upper lowbrow of society over there.
I need to find out who is the smart ass who sent me this Joe Thornton stuff.
I have received confirmation on the responsible party.
You have?
They have messaged me, and I will tell you nothing.
I'm just wondering, Eric, did you leave your address like in bathroom stalls at rest stops?
No, we did in Canada, but I didn't know it made it down to PA.
Call Eric for a good time.
Do you have a TikTok and the Chinese took your information and was selling it to people that?
Oh my goodness!
Because you've been getting a lot of random packages lately that you just have no clue where they're coming from. So my biggest question is, how is so many people getting your address?
I know how.
I've been a little interested in that also.
Well, did you look at the label?
I think
like whenever I want to send Eric something, all I write is dirt bag in Massachusetts, and they literally just throw it at Eric.
I do get a lot of those. It is weird.
Like it's really easy, one line. It's actually quite simple. Good evening, Dom.
I assume that my friends are giving out my address to people who request it.
It's like the whole thing for a fun time call. It's like
and like Bob said, there's a few of these friends who are writing some things in some bathroom stalls all across Canada. I know there's some in the Quebec province.
It's Marcel.
Province, and I know there's some in the Toronto area.
Eric, look, I have nothing to do with that billboard. I have no idea who did it. I can't even imagine. Like,
you ever see the movie 3 Billboards? It was based on a true story, but it had nothing to do with what the movie was about. This was
all I'm saying.
My information plastered everywhere.
All I'm saying is that the billboard industry is falling on some hard times, and it doesn't cost a lot anymore to post things on billboards, and they will post basically whatever you want.
Yeah,
and the fact that we go to every show, and then when you go to the washroom, you got to write something on the wall.
You got to write something in there, and so yeah, I am very curious where the Joe Thornton starter kit came from.
And I have the answer to this question. And good news, I won't tell you. So Dom here. Good evening. Starter kit. Eric, who are you kidding me? You have more Thorntons than Carlos has Medanos. Well, Dom, you're an astute observer, because the fact is that Eric is a much more passionate about Joe Thornton than I could ever be about Mike Modano collecting or anything else. The only thing in Eric's life that he has more passion for is a manual in space.
Still
Facts.
don't know what that is, and I'm not looking it up. Now,
Wholesome family entertainment. Rob here says, I cannot give out that information. That's fair.
should we see what Yannick got?
Yes.
Yannick, should we see what you got?
Do
All
a
right,
Jim
he says
Carrey
yes.
and do a Jim Carrey UPS kind of thing with it.
This is very
Because-
exciting, Brandon. This is open mail time. Like, I'm enjoying
Yeah,
this.
let me tell
It's
you,
kinda fun.
Yannick's box over here is getting full. And if he doesn't come and pick it up soon, it's all going out on the front lawn.
I am actually paying the
You
rent.
wouldn't do that.
Shell.
Mm-hmm.
The last time something was on your front lawn, you sprayed its car with a water hose.
I think
That's
That
right.
guy shouldn't have parked on my lawn. That guy was a putz.
Just remember, though, it was shortly after you were laid up, so
I
yes.
was
the
gonna
story
say,
still
geez.
was a bit interesting.
Get off my lawn.
Yep.
Literally,
Good evening, name.
get off my lawn.
Good evening, name. Zach here. Good evening, Zach. Checking in from the Dallas Card Show. Excellent. Hope it's going well. Just to hit the like and say hi to everyone but Eric. Correct. Yes.
Not Eric.
Love it. Rick here. Vintage Oddball Cards. Good evening, Rick. Jumbo Joe Hall of Fame. Eric going to the ceremony. Eric will literally be strap himself to the podium so that he can be right there in proximity.
Okay.
They will not be able to get rid of him.
This is really boring and kind of stupid, but whatever. It seems to be many packages of plastic sleeves, penny
That's
sleeves.
all.
Not just
No,
that.
you
Eric.
can't call
Like,
them
look,
penny sleeves.
those are 1948 Bowman card inserts. Look at it. It says right on the label, man, from BCW.
I can't see
BCW. BCW.
It's from Timmy Two Hats.
Oh,
Nice.
did he get sent them to you directly?
I got the Eric discount. So
Oh,
look
wow.
in there.
If it's from Timmy Two Hats, you paid double if it came from me.
Probably.
Are they all the same? Like the penny?
It's all the same. There's nothing to it. I'm
Subs-
just letting
a whole
Eric
box of
know all
subs-
that time.
Did
It's
you
funny.
not see that video where they can't call them penny sleeves because that's Ultra Pro? And this
Oh,
is
that's it. Yeah, I
BCW?
heard about that.
It's for this set. It's for this
Oh.
set
Well,
Gotcha. Okay.
because they're the same size.
I now seem to have many 1948 Bowman card insert penny sleeves that you can't call them penny sleeves.
Mm.
Well,
Excellent.
the problem is there's still a good chance you put those in upside down. It's weird. And then you wonder why the cards keep falling out.
Well, he's got a sharp knife. You can cut the bottom out. So then
I
you
like
put
what
them
I
in
like.
the other way. Yeah.
All right, I will not apologize.
You
I
should
like
apologize.
what I like.
So, Brandon, I don't know if you heard, the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame is on. So now it's time for all of us to campaign.
Yep. I think we were voting you in last time, Brandon, because you did get 2 years in there. So sporadic, but we'll
Yeah,
still.
I already told everybody I'm
vote.
not doing shit. I already told everybody, Brandon, I'm not doing shit. I'm lazy, so screw it. So I'm out. To be honest, the hashtag effort is not worth it for me. So everybody can do whatever they're going to do. Y'all do what you're going to do. Now, if y'all want to start a controversy,
Just
I'm your guy. I'm here for you. But other than that, listen, I'm done, man. I've talked to my own logo. I set up a 1 year long con. By the way, that was still my favorite. A 1 year long con. That was wow, chef's kiss. But after that, it's like, guys, I can't. Like, there's nothing. I have nothing more to give.
I
What
think
is
I've
your
done what I
war
can.
at, Carlos?
What's that?
What is your war at?
Oh, like YouTube war like 1 billion, man. Like it's wild. Like
Probably.
like we don't have a calculator that can go that high. Woo, it's wild.
I got a kind of a YouTube channel that's been around for more than 2 years now. It's got content.
Do
on it.
you actually have videos on it, Bobby?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
A couple.
Then by definition, that would count. By definition,
does.
that would count.
So I'd appreciate your vote.
There you go. Carlos says Eric will begin opening the packs so he sees shortly. Yes, I think that'd be valid. You got to make sure quality control. You got to check it out. All right. So real quick, since I've got you here, Brandon, since we're here, why don't we have a moment here to get Eric's wrong predictions? Because I have that on my agenda. So why don't we take advantage of it?
Ooh.
If I
NFL divisional. So it is the divisional round.
Well, I mean,
of
we
the
were all
NFLs.
right in week 1, so
Oh yeah. Wow. By the way, kind of a fun thing. I pulled up the bracket, and for some reason, the bracket that I had there was completely wrong, so it got cut from the podcast. I was like, all right, I couldn't cut all that out. I was like, you know what? I'm not even bothering with it. Like, I'll just go with what we got.
and
All right.
sadly, we again have to give credit to Eric because he's the one that caught it, or else people probably would have been confused as hell at what
It's
we
like
were
those
picking.
aren't the right matchups. Yes, you're right. As it turns out, they're not.
Thank you.
Who
Thank
knew?
you to my insomnia, because it was 5 o'clock in the morning.
I was gonna say, yeah, it was the middle of the
It was
night that
early.
you let me know.
Yeah, it's 5. It was 5 a.m. I turned the TV on to watch Sports Center, so maybe I could go back to sleep. And I'm like, wait a minute, who did they say are playing in this weekend? And
The sad part, Eric, is that a couple of the matchups were correct,
yeah,
but a couple of the other ones were not, and that
I'm
was
like,
the issue.
that's not what we said last night, is it? Because I was still a little kind of drowsy, but so that's when I texted you guys like at 5 a.m. going, something don't look right here.
You know what's funny though, Eric? The only reason that it didn't make the original cut of the podcast was because on Tuesdays is when I'm recording the podcast with AMG. So I actually saw your message and I was like, fuck. so I pulled the file out, corrected it, and then re-uploaded it with the section omitted.
Well, it's just a half hour crap anyway. So, but that add 30 minutes to that podcast.
Approximately 30 minutes that got on the cutting room floor.
Chop.
All right. So someone can confirm for me. I believe this looks correct to me. I'm seeing Houston, KC, which is right.
That is
Baltimore,
correct.
Buffalo is correct. Washington, Detroit, and Rams and Eagles. I think that's right. I think this looks right to me.
That's correct.
All right. So here's our matchups. We're down to our last 8. And if any of y'all in the chat want to chime in, by all means. All right. So real quick, I'm going to go through them. Everybody can take their stab at it. Don't spend 45 minutes explaining it, Eric. I just basically want to know which one you think is going to be the one.
Okay.
So let's go with the easy. Houston, Kansas City. Does Kansas City advance in their bid for a three-peat, or does Houston upset them? Yannick.
I'm going whatever against Eric says, but Houston, how about that? The upset.
I was going to say, that's pretty much what it is. Eric, are you going chalk?
I'm going KC.
All right. So KC, I'm sorry you're doomed. All right. Brandon, what do you think? What say you?
I gotta go KC. I don't want to, but
yep. If they're gonna get upset, I don't feel like this round is it. I don't feel like their first matchup is it. Good luck to Houston. We'll see. Anything weird stuff happens, but I feel like KC is capable of getting past this round. All right. Second side of it. All right, Brandon, you're gonna go first on this one. You know what you need to do. Buffalo and Baltimore. So go ahead, say Buffalo, and let's move on.
I've got to stay positive. I'm not confident, but I'm going to stay positive. I'm going Baltimore. I really want to see them do it this year.
All right. Eric, what say you?
Baltimore.
All right, go with Baltimore. Yannick, what say you?
Buffalo.
Yeah. I'm going to go. So real quick, again, I'm not going to give any analysis because I'm not qualified and I'm not going to try. But I'm going to say this. I love this game. And I'm definitely going to enjoy watching this game. I'm going to be very blunt with you guys. I'm going to take a look. Is this game on the Sunday one, Brandon? Am I correct?
Yeah, it's the late game. And it's supposed to be like 8 degrees, possible snow. It's going to be a fun game.
Eric, there's like a 95% chance that this is going to be the one I'm going to do the watch along. Because I wanted to do a watch along one. Like Baltimore, Buffalo is like perfect for this. Love it. Love it. That'd be absolutely perfect.
I think it's going to be an old school.
What do you do
like
in
really good
games?
matchup?
You run the ball, and Baltimore has got Derrick Henry.
He is the right personnel for it. So the only thing I'm going to say is this: Baltimore makes all the sense in the world. I have no reason not to believe they can. My thought on this is that both these teams have a great narrative to fight for, because Josh Allen and Lamar, both from the same rookie class, both viable candidates for MVP this year. Both guys trying to write the narrative that they can't win the big one. They both want to get into the game against Kansas City. This one, on paper, this is the most fascinating of the matchups. I'm intrigued. I love it.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it up to my folks in Buffalo. Not because I necessarily think, but I would love the narrative of Buffalo KC again to go to the Super Bowl. That'd be awesome. But again, I have zero problem believing that Baltimore, with Derrick Henry, with Lamar, are perfectly capable with that grouping. They should win.
I like the narrative of Mahomes Lamar facing off again, because it's had the feel all throughout that of the new Manning Brady like matchup, the AFC matchup, who, the winner of that matchup is going to make the Super Bowl kind of thing. So I kind of like that narrative more. And I don't know. This game is going to be fun though. The Baltimore Buffalo game is going to be fun.
Yep. So regardless, I think this one, and like I said, don't hold me to it 100%. I will get it all figured out because, and I'll mention a little later what the plan is for this weekend. But I'd like to do this as a watch along. I wouldn't mind because I think this would be kind of fun. We'll see, and I'll see if I can reach out to some folks.
6:30 Sunday night.
Yeah, like I said, it's reasonable. It's not bad. I think it'd be fun to do. So we'll see. I will let everybody know. I'll make sure if I do end up doing that, I will put a placeholder in ahead of time, and y'all will know. Okay. So bottom line. So let's go over to the NFC now. So let's go with the easy ones here. So Washington, the Commanders, taking on Detroit. All right. Let me start with Yannick this time.
Oh no, Eric has to go first. Whatever.
No, I'm flipping the orders. We go. So this one, Yannick. So you got number 6 against number 1. Washington.
Oh, I'll
Detroit.
go with my logical thing since the beginning. So we'll say Washington.
Ooh, fancy. Bobby, you want to weigh in on this one? You want to take a pick between Washington and Detroit?
No, I haven't been following football at all. So
Me neither, Bobby.
right.
It's just fun.
You can abstain.
I'll take
That's
Houston over KC, and
fine. Okay.
I'll take the Commandos.
The Commandos. I like it.
Yep.
All right, fair enough. All right. So Eric, Washington, Detroit.
Detroit.
Does Detroit burn the ruins? Or
No,
do they win
Detroit.
another week
Detroit's
and
going,
burn the ruins?
Detroit's going to the Super Bowl.
No, they're not.
Ooh.
So
That'd
then we
be
know
something.
what next pick is.
Detroit's over.
That'd be something for them.
Yep. All right, Brandon. So what say you?
Detroit, they're strong.
Yeah, I think I actually like I like the story for the commies. I do. I like it. But Detroit is a solid team. Like they're good. Like they've got all the components of it. And I think if Dan Campbell is going to do something stupid and lose them a game, I don't think this is it. I think it's got to go later against a different type of opponent. But I love the fact the commies are there. I would love for them to put up a great fight. That would be awesome. If they did, that would be fantastic. I think it'd be
It's
enjoyable.
one game, man.
As a
One
local
game.
and as a reseller, I will say the Redskins merchandise has been selling great, and I'm loving it.
Are they the Redskins still?
No, they're
I find it
they're
all
the
the
Commanders.
time. And
They're the
normally it
Commanders.
just sits there, but people are buying it now because they're back on the train.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So Brandon, you can go to this one. The Rams taking on the Eagles.
This is a tough one.
The Rams did play very well in the last round.
They played well. I want to say, all of this stuff with the fires and everything, it kind of is crazy to say, but you have something like that to give a team a purpose, and it's amazing what they'll step up and do. Philadelphia has Saquon. This is a tough. I'm gonna just go for the pick for them to win it for LA and take the Rams.
It's not for money.
I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna take the Rams.
All right. Eric, what say you?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. All right. Yannick.
Two-pronged attack. Plus,
Make it easy, Eric, for me. Thank you. The Rams.
not only do they have a two-pronged attack, they also have the tush push.
With all that said, Brandon alluded to it. I love the narrative #rigged. I love me a #rigged narrative. The Rams by Fitty, just because it'd be hilarious. All right, perfect. So that covers this round, and we'll come back for the next round. So enjoy all our wrong picks, even though collectively we picked all different sides on almost all the games. So
I'll take Papali for the Eagles.
4 ties? Question mark. So who knows? All right, so we do have some picks here, so I appreciate it. So Carlisle's got KC, Buffalo, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Fair. Ben World PC here says KC is the best. Best squared.
Best of the best.
Jeff here says Detroit, LA, KC, and Buffalo. Baltimore too strong. Yep. Most probable upset is the Rams over Philly. I would agree with that. Philly did not impress me against the Packers, but they do have a solid team. But they did impress me against the Packers. The Packers played very badly. They should have beaten them by like 30. Seriously. Like if they had played a proper game, they should have beaten them much more comfortably. So do more people call the Super Bowl 59 or Super Bowl licks?
I'm a big fan of calling it Super Bowl licks.
There you go. Carlisle says Bobby will take the Nationals over the Tigers and the Royals over the Astros. Love it.
There we go.
Tough to choose. I choose Tampa Bay and Philly for sure. There you go. JW says Houston because Mahomes just welcomed a new baby. No sleep. Baltimore. Run, run, run. Detroit. Fairy tale in the making. LA Rams. More together as a team now due to fire. I like it. Succinct and to the point, JW. You got
like
justifications and
on
picks.
every point. That's great.
Yep. Justification and the picks. Love it. Damir says KC, Baltimore, Washington, Philadelphia. Love it. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Wanted to make sure we touched on that. Good job, everybody. We got our picks in. All right. So let me talk about the card shows this weekend. Obviously, Dallas Card Show is the big one. I'm going to enjoy checking out some of the vlogs of that. But the Dallas Card Show, obviously, they do it like every couple of months. I think they got 6 shows a year, give or take. Still, it's a big show. So I think it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. I enjoy the vlogs anyway. I still do. I enjoy them personally. So, but I don't think anything wacky. Locally, as I said, there's the Hamilton Collecticon here. As Bobby was kind of alluding to a little earlier, the holiday ones tend to be the better ones, but they do have a show going on Sunday, the bigger one. So let me talk about the FanCon thing. Let me discuss that. The FanCon thing is run by the CSC folks, which I've talked about before. So, and they're doing a full court press in terms of their advertising. Like, it's very heavy duty. But let me talk about this because this is interesting from one perspective. So I'll share kind of the Instagram post, but I'll also talk through it a little bit. So let me be very blunt on this. It is 100% stacked in favor of Pokemon, TCG. They've got guests that are like, cosplayers. They've got guests. So it's going to be a lot of the other stuff. They talk about worlds colliding. Now, here's the weird part. I can't say it's only going to be that because I know that Hit 'em High sports cards, Elite sports cards. There's a couple of different dealers that do have a variety of stuff, including sports cards, that are definitely going to be there. So that's kind of interesting. But I will say one thing that very much skews it more towards kind of your TCG, kind of your cosplay, kind of K-pop even. Like there's a lot of it. But they'll throw in some sprinkles of it, like Matthew Nyes is going to be doing a signing. Hockey. They've got a couple of different things that are related to that they're going to have as part of it. They're going to have a trade night that's going to be part of it. But you just have to look at the graphic. FanCon. You notice Matthew Nyes is over on the side. Look at the rest of it. Pokemon's cosplay, K-pop, like go all the way through the
checking them.
The entire left side. The entire left side is everything else. And you know what's interesting? So the only reason I'll point out, I'm going to go there on the Saturday. But I'm also going to explain to you why in a second. It has nothing to do with the FanCon specifically, but I'll touch on it. But what's funny, and since I'm going to be there, I'll check it out briefly, and maybe I'll take some photos or a little bit of video. Maybe I'll include it in a video, see what happens there. But the entry fee is very much like a fan expo or a con.
Really?
It is 100% like that.
Wow.
For the Saturday alone, it's $40.
Oh.
It's not a card show. So that's why I got to emphasize this. That is not a card show. It has some card dealers in it for sure. And I'll go there and I'll check in with them. I'll say hello and I'll look through a couple of boxes. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time there. The fact they're doing the International Center is kind of interesting. They're doing halls 3 and 4. They're using the International Center venue.
3 and 4?
Yeah, because
they're smaller.
So I actually watched one of the influencers who does a lot of stuff with them do a walkthrough. So hall 3 is going to be a little bit heavier in terms of the sports cards. So the sports card dealers that they have are going to be predominantly in hall 3. Hall 4 is where they're going to put the presentations and all that. They're going to push that over there with the cosplayers and that. They literally have seminars for cosplayers talking about making wigs and costumes and doing all that stuff. It's very heavily skewed in that direction. And they literally have some K-pop folks and whatever. It's a weird mix of stuff. But I'm sure they'll make money on it, to be honest with you, because Fan Expo does very well. So they've kind of mixed the two, but I think it's going to be very heavily skewed. Cosplay, anime, TCGs, K-pop, that stuff, with a section that's very clearly sports cards-ish, kind of at the front. And I think that's how it's going to play out.
To me, it almost looks like the sport is out the door there. The guy's even pointing him out.
Yeah,
but that's what I mean. It's literally going to be, honestly, it's going to be
into the photo.
Yeah, I know. I get it. It's a fan con. I get it.
No, but I'm giving you guys I'm giving you guys the real rundown. It's honestly going to be. I guarantee you that entire other hall is going to be 100% Pokemon, TCG, K-pop, cosplay,
That's where Bobby
anime,
will be.
all of it.
That's where Bobby hangs out.
Yes. I was going to crack that joke. I was waiting. I was being patient. Why don't you shut up and stop taking my jokes?
Maybe
Wow.
The
hockey
Bobby
player.
likes Pokemon joke is mine.
Hey, someone needs a net, right?
I had a nice one before.
Indeed.
Maybe that hockey player is actually someone dressed up in cosplay to play for look like the Leafs, but it's not really.
I like what you're saying.
Yeah.
I like where your head's at. So anyway, bottom line is that so Luke, who works with PSA and PSA Canada, my grading from the expo, he sent me a text message earlier this week and said, "Hey Carlos, I got your stuff. Are you going to the CSC thing?"
It's a double.
And I was like, "Well, I wasn't planning on it." He goes, "Well, let me know." No, he basically said, "Let me know. I can ship it to you, or I can bring it with me, and if you want to pick it up." So I said, "You know what? So now here's the explanation. I know it's going to be K-pop and anime and whatever. I'll go by. I'll take a couple of pictures. I'll do a little bit of video since I'm there." But I was like, "Yeah, no, you know what? Bring it. I'd rather you do that than ship it out. I don't want to deal with the shipping and all the rest of the nonsense. You know what? Bring it with you. I'll meet you there in the afternoon. We'll say hello. We'll chat for a couple minutes, and then I get the stuff. I'll walk around a little bit. I'll bring a little bit of cash just in case a couple of the card dealers have something interesting for me. I'm not holding my breath, but I'll check it out for a couple minutes, get a little content for the content gods, praise the content gods, and then I'll go to the Go train that is right there. They got the Milton Go. I can head over to Union. I go get a bite to eat, head back to my house, make it an afternoon out of it.
Maybe they'll have food there. Nothing wrong with it.
They'll have some food.
They'll have some.
No, but I think, Bobby, honestly, if I'm not going to spend too much time there, I would rather go downtown, and I got a million options. Grab whatever I want, and then once I'm at Union, I can come straight back.
Yep.
Because Go train station's right here, easy for me. So I'll make an afternoon out of it, and whatever. I'll get a little bit of content for it. Done. Great.
Maybe I'll see you there, but maybe you won't.
I doubt it. Zach here says Dallas parking now $15 was $10. I feel like it's more TCG than ever. It's definitely skewed more towards TCG. And by the way, so we're on the same page. I don't blame the CSC guys. That's where the money is right now, man. Like honestly,
there's
the
nothing wrong
sports
with having
cards
that show. It's just not. Right. It's just not sports related anymore, or not even close.
I think that though by calling it FanCon, they're not pretending. They're not misleading you here.
No,
like it's very clear cut.
No, they're not like other shows.
And also, by the way, $40 entry. Like the message is sent. Message sent. Message received. Like they're very clear on this. This $40 is not what it costs to go to a card show.
No.
Just so we're clear on that. Like they can't be any more clear cut on that. So it's going to be definitely a heavy dose of the Pokemans. We're going to get all the Charizards. It's going to be very exciting.
A Vital breakout. Who knows?
It's going to be crazy. By the way, Brandon, so you know that we were joking about it on the Discord about Neo and his villainous turn, because Neo Cards and Comics has taken on to his new channel, Neo TCG. And now he's basking in the glory.
Do you have the TCG channel muted on Discord? Because I'm chatting in there all the time, giving them great advice.
I don't look at it, to be honest with you, Brandon. The only thing I care about TCG is two things. I care about the Cheese Stringamon because I named him. He's mine.
Of course.
And I care about the fact that Neo has decided to embrace his villain arc in Neo TCG. Literally, Bobby, here we go.
I'm evil.
That's Neo from one of his recent videos, doing a little ASMR, explaining how evil he's an evil sports car guy infiltrating the Pokemans.
How does he do that?
I've been using it to my advantage a little bit.
No kidding.
I have listed some of the Pokemans, and I've made a couple sales, done pretty well on them, and so yeah. Not gonna catch me in a Costco fighting anybody over a couple boxes, but
hey,
not with that attitude, Brandon. I believe in you.
I like
you can still take those young bucks. You fight them. You fight them in the streets. You fight them in the Costco aisle. You fight them for the Costco chicken. You fight them.
You fight them on the
Costco membership. I have Sam's Club. I'm on the Sam's Club tier. Okay, I don't.
Oh,
have
come
the
on.
Costco.
Oh, come on. Enough of this peasantness. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Outrageous. So anyway, so real quick, kind of a quick aside. So that's the reason why I'll be at FanCon for the only time ever, basically. Once Luke told me he had my stuff, I was like, all right, yeah, just meet me there and I'll get it from you. So we're all good. So anyway, I'll check it out. I'll let you all know. I'll report back. I'll probably do some kind of a video at least for a little bit. I'll do a little walk around and see the Pokemans and the animes and the cosplayers, and then I'm like, all right, enough of this. I need to go get a bite to eat.
Ta-da.
Yeah,
There you go.
you know, I'm there. I'm there for a purpose. But while I'm there, I'll look around. I'll at least do a little quick walkthrough, at least for my purposes, just to be able to report back and tell you.
I do have something to talk about. It could be called the Chronicles of Marketplace, Facebook
okay.
Marketplace.
Not quite Chronicles of Narnia, but fair enough.
Close enough.
Chronicles of Marketplace.
Anyways, yeah, actually, I ordered something. This just to let everybody know, in Canada, we're still not getting the mail. Honestly, I bought a lighter. You know, it was kind of a vintage one. It's from the Pittsburgh Penguins anyway, so it was kind of nice. It's an old one, kind of whatever. It's one of those, but it's not a Zippo. It's one of the, you know, but it's a really nice kind of cover. Any which way, this guy wanted $20 plus $5 shipping, so he went right away. And this is Oshawa, so Oshawa is about a 35-minute drive for me. It took 7 days for it to show up, and those business days too. It was just unbelievable. I'm sitting there going, "What happened?" You know, the guy was a little shady. He looked like he needed the $20 too much, and it is Oshawa, so I'll leave it there. And but then another here's another chronicle. So this guy last night, he had a whole bunch of Toronto Maple Leaf Garden tickets from the 80s. So I said, okay, he had a group of 30 or something. He wanted like $50. And I see a Gretzky versus Toronto in November of 84. You know, Gretzky gets a hat trick because I looked at the date. I said, oh, okay, that pays for the whole lot basically by itself. So I message him, and then he gets back, I think about 10 o'clock. He gets back to me at 12:20. And then I went, and I'm asleep. So I, you know, get up back up. I'm 5 o'clock in the morning, and I message him back. Okay, let's do this. And then at 3, 4 o'clock today, he goes, oh, they're sold. And I'm going, huh? What? They're sold. But I got more coming. He goes, and I got some really rare Blue Jays and Argo tickets too. And I went, oh, all right. I'll send you pictures on Saturday. That's like who does that? Like 12:20, honestly, that late? But it's you know, it's local with Facebook, so you know they're in the Toronto surrounding areas or whatever. So, and you know, he sells it to somebody else, and I was first one there because he actually did respond back to me. He did say, you know, yeah, all for one price, and I went okay. So the next day, but he's up at 12:30, but he's not there answering me from 10 o'clock on till 12:20 or whatever. So, anyways, that's the Chronicles of Marketplace this week.
There you go. There you go.
Yes.
Fair enough. Tough times. So I
And
wanted
then
to
all the
touch
people
on.
who go, hey, I'll be right over. They don't come. They never come.
Yeah, pretty much.
People do videos on that, honestly. Hey, yeah.
See?
Would you take
You could have done a
$5?
video on that. You could have
Would
done a
you take
video on that.
$5. It's $40. Would you take 5? I'll come over and I'll give you $5 cash. Fuck off.
At a certain point, it's not really worth the time at that stage.
It's funny. So there's a couple good videos out there. It's really funny. So,
yep. All right.
Anyways.
So kind of in the same vein, I'll kind of piggyback off that. The other one that I wanted to touch on was so I talked about on the podcast. There was a card for the Wrestling that I was doing a little back and forth negotiation on with a guy on Instagram. Now it's been kind of enjoyable because I believe it was on the last podcast or maybe the one before that I mentioned that we were kind of at a stalemate. I've been going back and forth with them a bunch of times. So real quick, I wanted to expand this into a conversation topic. So I'll give you the example, but I'll explain why it plays into a conversation topic. There's a lot of folks on Facebook, Instagram, a lot of different venues that do not understand the difference between an eBay comp and fees and take home. This is important because it doesn't matter what something sells for on eBay. If you're the seller, eBay takes a cut.
let's just say 10% just to make it even.
Yeah. If I'm being really nice, sure. It's really more like 13, but sure. Let's say 10%. Why not?
Easy math.
The point is that regardless, they take a cut. So if something sells for $1,000, if I use 10% to make the math easy, you actually receive $900. That's the real price. So if someone goes on Instagram and offers you 900, it's the same. If somebody offers you 910, they actually made a better offer than what it would have been if you had sold it on eBay and had to go through the rigmarole and whatever. Okay. Okay. So I went back. Goes back months now to basically the September, October timeframe. And the guy has a one of one of the dentist that I collect for my wrestling PC. So I sit there and I go like, okay. So they have the one of one, the autograph one of one. Cool. Okay, I'm interested. Sure. I had heard about it from someone on the Discord actually told me. So Bucket Brandon told me about this originally. So I reached out. He was able to get me the contact. So I was able to reach out. I was like, okay, great. Hey, are you interested in doing a deal? So we go back and forth a couple different times. We were not able to come to a deal. Fine. Right around after Christmas, I reach out and I say, all right, it's been a couple of months. Do you still have the card? Happy holidays. Do you still have the card? I'd be interested in working out something if you'd like to work out, because sometimes you just wait. You wait a while and let it sit. If they don't sell it, whatever, maybe they'll be a little more agreeable to kind of sense, because the only comp available, it's a one of one. So the only comp available is a similar-ish one of one. Well, I can tell you the only one of one that is sold similar to it from the same year, the same brand, an autograph one of one similar to that was one that I bought. So the only comp is me. I'm the high bidder. I'm the one who was the comp.
Carlos,
So
the comp.
I am the comp. So what happens is I'm like, well, this one's sold. And he goes, oh, where'd you find that? That's the one I bought.
Mm-hmm.
That's similar to, that's the closest you're going to find to the thing that you're talking about. The same character and autograph one on one. That's the closest you're going to get.
And what is that
same
comp?
So the original I paid 745 US.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the original price that I paid on eBay for the thing. Okay. So I offer him, what I do is I offer him basically the takeaway. I think what I ended up offering him was 650. I basically reverse
That's your
engineered.
10 points. Yep.
Yeah, I said basically, all right, here's what the price was on that. I reverse engineered. I did a little bit of the maths, and I said, well, this is your take home.
Yep.
You know, that I'm offering you basically the same. And he just kept pressing for the same. He was trying to get the same number without the fees. And I'm like, no, that's like me paying substantially more. No, thank you. So all these months had gone by. Fine, we can't do a deal. Puts it on eBay.
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Oh,
So
yeah.
now I make an offer that was my original offer on eBay minus the fees. So basically it would have been even lower. So he goes back and forth, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what he ended up? So I will say this, Brandon, I think he'll be very proud to say this. He was able to make more money than my original offer from back in October. After all this rigmarole and after paying eBay its fees and doing all this stuff, do you know how much extra money he made waiting all these extra months?
$40.
Brandon, what do you think?
If you paid what you paid on the last one, I'm gonna go like $26.75.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Eric, you want to take a shot here?
It's just a random guess, guys. Come on.
It's a number, Eric. It's not that hard. Just throw a number out there.
Just say $5.
$100.
Yeah. So he made less than $34.
Okay.
So I was closest.
Yeah, you were. So the point though is like, is that really worth the effort? So my point here is when you have to factor in the cost of sale, if you put the thing on eBay, you have to understand that you're going to be paying an eBay fee. The eBay fee is generally around 12.5%, 13%ish in that vicinity. Even if I say 10%, still you got to factor it in. Like factor that in. That's part of the equation too. All that extra energy, and you know how they say when somebody's a reseller, money in the market, like you get your money and then you buy another thing which can let you make money. You could literally have sold it to me for basically $30 less back in October, and you could have made like 3 deals with that money by now.
Exactly.
And like you hold it this extra time to make like $30. What's the point?
$30 is $30, I guess, to some people.
It wasn't worth the. I'm sorry. I don't think that's worth the effort. I would rather make the sale quicker and get my profit and move on. Especially if I'm a reseller.
People are doing the math. They're looking at the final number and not the actual. Like you alluded to it in the beginning of the story, but they're taking, even like if they're buying a box and say they paid $1,000 for the box, and then they get a card out of it that might sell for $800. Well, they're not realizing they didn't actually get $800 out of that card. They didn't, recoup $800 of their costs there. They're recouping less. And it just never processes. It's the same like when you see people flashing their 90-day total on eBay. Like it's all a false sense of sharing, because people half the time don't realize, oh, that's a gross number. That's not after fees
That's
and
what
everything
everybody
else.
says
It's
at
not
card
after your
shows, too.
shipping and all that other stuff. So being in the reselling side of it, because you mentioned reselling, it's terrible over there because people will be like, oh, I did 100 grand. Well, yeah, you sold 100,000 gross, but your
exactly.
net number was way less. And then from your net number, you have to take out your cost of goods and your supply costs and all of these other elements. So
Tire wear.
you didn't make
that's the
100,000.
real value.
Like,
Exactly. So real quick, I want to read it. So Neo here was commenting, says, "This is where I found the Pokemons." Yes, it is, Neo. And you got to remember, when it comes to the Pokemons,
Evil. I'm evil. I'm evil.
I'll keep that in mind.
there are evil people out there, man.
Sadistic.
You got to watch out. Dom here says $12. Yes, inflation went up more than $40 in the time spent in the USA. Probably.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I did win the card. So one quick thing
Oh.
I want to add as well. So when I was giving you
At what price?
What's that?
At what price?
So the thing is, I'm talking about the takeaway. In the end,
I know.
it cost me more because going through all that extra.
So
So
he
through
made
going through all
less.
that extra is going to cost me more. But my satisfaction is in knowing he's going to collect less. That's the
Yes.
part that I enjoy.
Oh, yes.
And I was like, you could have made this simpler for both of us. You would have saved me money, yes, but you would have still gotten your money. And in this case, you didn't. The effort wasn't worth it. And one important caveat I want to give.
Was he
When
Canadian
I'm
or
saying
American?
American, what I want to say is the reason why I got so much joy out of it, even though in the end it cost me a little more money, it did. But the reason I got enjoyment out of it is because his takeaway is lower. And the thing is that less than $35 difference was less than $35 difference from my original offer. My last offer before he turned me down and said no was I offered him $700 without the fees. So in reality, he made almost $20 less than my last offer if he had just taken it straight.
Success.
He would have made more money if he had just accepted my last offer without the fees included, because he would have gotten the money directly, the full amount, as opposed to now eBay's going to get its cut. You got to go through all that trouble. You got to send it to the authenticator, who then will
Mhm.
send it over and do all this.
Oh, I know, yeah,
his
right.
buddies and show that he got 740 or whatever.
Yeah, like it would have been so much. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that some of these guys don't think about these things. And the whole, like, you're a reseller. You're someone who has advocated yourself as a reseller. Like when you go on the Instagram, he buys and sells and does all. I'm like, guys, just take your profit. Trying to squeeze an extra 15 or 20 bucks. And then in the end, you didn't make that extra 15 or 20. You actually made less than if you had just gone with the offer that was on the table.
Eric, you're gonna have to break out the rules on that.
Like, honestly,
Rule 1 and 2.
it was a situation where on Instagram, I was like, help me help you. Like, I'm trying to help both of us here. Like I would pay
Harry
less,
Maguire.
but your takeaway would actually be more. So I'm like, dude, why are you making this more? As soon as he put it on eBay, it's like, well, number one, I'm going to win it. And number two, you actually made less.
Put it
Nobody
on
won, really.
this.
No, yeah, exactly, right. So
Yeah, I didn't want to pay the extra money.
win-less
I would rather
situation.
not have paid. I would rather not have paid the extra 13% in the end, because in the end, I'm paying.
Yeah,
it.
then you got to pay tax. Yeah.
But the point is, like, it would have been a win-win if he had gone with my last offer. He would have still got his money with the takeaway, and I actually would have saved some money there.
There is some interesting new news that has happened. I think eBay now, with the Canadians, the CRA will, after $2,800, they will be adding that to your income tax, supposedly. So, and they can do that because when they charge you your fees at the end, you have to pay the HST, so they can gear exactly how much you sold in that time period. So that's something new that's coming. So watch out, everybody.
Well, in the States,
You're
they've been
different
threatening
taxes,
600, which
yeah.
I'm actually I'm in a state that's been 600 for a long time now, or several years.
Mhm.
It used to be a $20,000 threshold before you got a 1099.
Yeah.
We went to 600 several years ago. The IRS has been stating that they want to lower it to 600, but they're like, I guess, scaling it down. I think
Maybe.
they announced the proposal is I can't remember the number because I haven't cared because I'm at 600 anyway.
Yeah.
And doing what I'm doing, I well exceed the 20,000. So, I think it's like 5,000. If somebody knows the number that they scaled it down to, put it in the chat because I honestly don't
Now,
remember what the
is that
final.
net
But
gross?
they're going to keep supposedly scaling it down till it gets to the 600 mark. And there's several states in the U.S. that are already at like 600. I think there might be one or two that's even below 600. So yeah,
see,
okay, it was 5K. I thought that's what they went to
Yeah.
was 5,000, and then they said maybe 2,500 and then 600 or something.
So
But yeah, they've been working on that here for several years too. So
now, does that include your buying cost on things? This is where it really comes in, because if you're going to sell a Gretzky card, you didn't get it for nothing. So if you sell it for 3,500, where's the cost factor in that? So you actually, at this point, have to become a business, and then you can start writing off everything, and that complicates everything. Because you don't want to get charged. You don't want them to, after 2,800, you don't want to sit there and just go, I got nothing to write up. Well, hey, I sold 2,800, but it cost me like 2,200. So I made $800. I didn't make $2,800. So this is where it's going to hit that weird place in the, I guess, in the tax, the way they do things. So it's going to be interesting going forward. Maybe it's another threat, as they've been threatening for a long time. But honestly, my sales on Facebook outweigh times 20, 50 they do on eBay. eBay is just dead to me, actually, at this point. It really is. I have things listed and they're just not getting sales or looks. It's very sad. I don't know what it is.
So you was saying here that didn't take long for the sound clip? No, absolutely not. I'm on it, man. I'm on it. Carlos is in the lead for a spot on the YouTube Hall of Fame. We can only hope.
No.
I'm prepared to read War and Peace. Paul here says Instagram live sales are full of solid offers that get turned down. Yeah, but my point of that conversation, the reason I brought it up, is that I'm just saying sometimes some of these folks, so especially some of these young, self-purported sellers, need to fire up the old calculator. They need to find one, figure out how to use one, and realize what take home is.
How safe is Instagram Live?
A lot of time. Instagram Live is basically the same as anything else. It depends on your payment method. Some of the payment methods already have some securities built in.
Yep.
So if you use, PayPal, business as opposed to friends and family, you're probably okay.
Yeah.
They were saying 5K, and you don't need to be a business to write off, which is true. Yeah, as a person, there's still some write-offs you can put in there.
One thing to add.
That's in the US, though. Yeah.
He is right. You don't have to be a business. For everybody out there.
Here you do, though. That's the thing. It's a different.
Yeah. I have one. I have an LLC. I can do that.
None of us are tax professionals here, so seek professional advice. But the best thing I can say is if you're planning to sell something on eBay, keep records, like keep hard records of everything that you're spending on. But also I would advise, because I don't know all the details, so I don't want to dive into it and try to tell anybody, but reach out to a CPA and ask about hobby expenses, I think is what they call it. Because there is something that I had talked to an accountant before and told her, like, this was back before I did reselling and I was just doing cards. And she said that there is something where and this is for folks, if you're not selling to like make profit to like pay your electric bill or anything like that, you're just selling cards to buy cards or whatever. She said that there is a hobby expense thing or something to where if you're just selling to fund your hobby and you're not relying on those funds, that it actually doesn't count against you on your what you have to claim or whatever. But talk to an accountant to get all of the details on that. I'm just mentioning out there is allegedly something kind of phrased as a hobby fund thing that you might be able to do if you're just doing this for selling to buy, for your PC or whatever.
Yeah, there is something here in Canada. If you make under $30,000, that you don't have to start as a business. So we do have that. That's a technicality. So I don't know where this $2,800 is really going to come in, but who knows? It's complicated at that point, and we don't know what they're going to do.
Oh yeah. Rob here says not much stuff selling on eBay, really not worth listening. So
it isn't.
I get it to a point. I will say this. It depends on the items. It depends on the niche. It depends on the category. Because on the podcast, I showed an example of one. I was just honestly too lazy to list it. And like I said, it can be niche stuff. It doesn't have to be. It just has to be the right items at the right time for the right audience. I bought different, wrestling cards as part of the things that I do. I bought a CM Punk green PMG, and it was there for 200. And I just looked at it. And I didn't look up any comps because there were no comps. I just looked at it and go like, no, that's too cheap. I bought it and it was already graded by somebody else. It was already graded by PSA. It was done. And I'm sitting there like, okay, I'll buy it straight up. Buy it now, done. I literally got it in, and then I go, all right. I hadn't gone around to it. I listed it. It lasted less than a week. In less than a week, it sold for basically double. It didn't take a lot of time. It didn't take a lot of work. Yeah, but it's an audience that was specifically looking for those things. It was the right name and the right product because he doesn't have other PMGs. He's doing stuff with WWE right now, so his name is out there. So when people are searching for it, they can find it.
Sure.
So for them, he basically looks the same as he does in WWE. His character is no different. So for them, they're like, "Oh, okay, cool. Green PMG sounds great." So they made me an offer, and I was like, "Sold, done, instant payment, done," and it goes out the door. So some stuff can move. Other stuff that's just commonly available every week sits and sits and sits and sits and sits.
Not even that. There's a lot of rarities out there that just started selling. I've been doing eBay for 20 whatever years. And you're seeing since the pandemic, it went up, and now we keep going down, 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 down. We're at this point now. I'm listing the same kind of rarities, so it's nothing out of the normal. New stuff, different story. We understand that it's a new product. It's coming. It's it's the turn of events. But the other stuff, and I think has to do. We have Classic Auction out of Canada. They used to do 2 auctions, sometimes 3 a year. Now it's every 2 months. And we have Whatnot. You have all these different platforms out there. People are selling on X. People are selling on Instagram or whatever. So we do have all of that there. And I think we've reached that massive point and everybody's become a dealer too. On top of that, Carlos is a dealer now. Like honestly, so CM Punk green sold. Thank you. And I think we're really at that critical mass point where, there's just so much stuff and only so much money in the marketplace. Plus, what the rates go up. Chow put them up like 6.5%. I know you're doing bad, but you need to pay 6.5% more on your home taxes. It's like, how many more times are you going to beat us up, Trudeau? Like,
can we talk about about something? Here's the thing: raise the interest rates as much as you want. I don't care. Here's the thing, but what's much more fun for me, Brandon. This will play into kind of what you were talking about on the Discord. My favorite thing in the world. So, Brandon, can you explain the eBay loan thing for a second? Because I want to cackle for a moment.
So I have an update on that one. But anyway, okay. I had someone reach out to me. He's a friend in the hobby. Asking my opinions on the eBay seller capital that they offer. And they've been offered, like, I've never looked into it, but I get the messages all the time, like, you have $75,000 available, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I don't need it. I don't see, like, in my mind, I don't see the point of borrowing money that I don't need. So, okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. If I was to need it, it's there. But he reached out to me and he was like asking my opinion, and I basically said, unless you need it, I would not suggest taking a loan or anything. And then he starts sending screenshots, and it was like they were offering him a $3,500 loan, but the payback right? was $4,585. And so for shits and giggles, quick math, I said, that's roughly 30%. And then I'm like the term was like 11.3 months or something weird like that. And the payback was based on your daily eBay sales. They take 20%. Now, I believe it's 20% gross. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, holy shit. So I factor at a 15% number because different categories sell at different rates. But also, they take it out of the tax and the shipping and everything too. So when you're looking at that number, I kind of calculated it normally at around 15. So I'm like, out the gate, you're at almost 50% in fees. So for every dollar, you're losing 50 cents. And I'm like, there's no way in
Yeah,
hell
but you
I would
get
do
it
that.
now.
So real quick. So part of the reason I
There's no
wanted to
delayed
have some fun with this,
gratification in this hobby. Come on.
part of the reason I wanted to have so much fun with this, is because, and I was, I was poking fun at it on the Discord. I had some memes that I pulled out of the woodwork because I've got loads of memes. But basically, the memes, if I was going to summarize them, they were basically this.
Guess what? Because you're poor.
That's basically what the memes were. So
Yeah.
the point is, it can be eBay itself is actually doing business with third parties. That's what that is.
Yeah,
It's,
they're
that
lenders.
eBay seller capital is third parties that's doing it.
Yeah.
But the point is this: if you're a business, I want to make a separation. I want to make a distinction. In this case, in this scenario, we're talking about $3,500. $3,500 for an individual, a standard regular individual, is a lot of money. If you're talking about a business, it's not really necessarily that much money, because there's a lot of things that honestly cost more than $3,500 if you're talking about as a business. There's a lot of expenses that can rack up way past that. It's kind of a rounding error depending on your business size. The point that I'm getting at is that if you're talking about a business, if that's something like that is even a consideration for you, you're basically telling me your credit is shitty. You're telling me your credit sucks, because realistically, there's a million forms of, if you need some kind of a cash infusion to be able to buy inventory or to invest in something like that, whatever, there's a million ways that honestly have an infinitely smaller percentage, way smaller than that. If I needed $3,500, I could snap my fingers and do that right now. I wouldn't even have to touch my own cash. And the interest rate that I would have on it is a fraction of that. I would literally be paying, like, I think it works out to, if I
Cardinal
wanted that
Senior?
right now.
Hello? Yeah.
No, I'm actually, Bobby, I'm actually talking
That's
about
another
like,
option. Just saying.
It is, but I'm actually talking about somebody that would charge me interest. Even a bank that would charge me interest.
Well, you work
right now,
at a
I can
bank,
snap.
so that's kind of behind the lines. I don't know.
That's a different conversation. It's not that bank.
Okay.
I can get it from other ones. The point though is, even as an individual, because my credit is good, I could get that $3,500, and the total cost to me would be closer to the equivalent of about, it's like $100 a year is what it would cost me in interest per year. That's a
Sounds
much
like
lower
line of
percentage.
credit kind of thing, almost.
Yeah, you could get a rotating line of credit that would be a much lower percent. But again, that's only if your credit is good. If your credit is shitty, then you got to take whatever you can get. And then all of a sudden stuff like that is, there's no reason why that deal that you're talking about there would ever make any sense if you're an actual business, ever.
And that's the reason, like, when
everybody's
he
in
sent the
business.
screenshots, my initial, I told him, like, I wouldn't do it. But anyway, it's not my business. But I expect the reason that the number is so high on the percentage is because there's got to be something in it, not only for the lender, but eBay, because they're advertising it, they're offering it, they're processing the payments over through your sales. The number is probably based upon what his eBay sales are. So
I get it. No, I Brandon,
but
my only point is that if you're talking about being a business and you want this money to be able to buy inventory or whatever, if you're an actual business, so I misdid my math. I apologize. Let me correct myself. The total would be about $210 a year, which would work out to $17.50 a month. $17.50 a month is what the interest rate would be on $3,500. And that's it as an individual. I'm not talking about as a business. I can literally make $3,500, snap my fingers and get it into my hands in cash today if I needed it. And it would cost me a fraction of, it does not cost me $1,000, right?
No,
it cost me $210. And that's only if I allow that loan to last the full year. I can pay myself back at any time.
I had never looked at like the details of it until, he sent to show me what it was saying and everything. And I was just like, how in the hell would this make any sense? Because the other thing you have to think about, right? So there's the 30% on there, but then you have your eBay fees still that you're going to be paying.
Exactly.
So I figured up to pay that $3,500 back, you're going to need to spend or to sell approximately between $6,000 and $7,000 before you even break even. Because you're still paying eBay fees, you're still paying you have to pay the 30%, so you're going to need to sell $6,000 to $7,000 to break even.
If this
There
if
is
this
no
is
chance in hell to buy, and this is for cards. Think about that,
Mhm.
because we all can relate on how the margins are on cards. Who's selling or buying cards? Like, what are you going to do? Buying at 20%? Like, I mean, where
So
it's
what's the
such a risk
criteria for
play.
3,500 then? Like, so if he's doing half decent business to get a $3,500 loan, then he must be doing okay on eBay if it's based on that, right?
Bobby, based on this
That's based on
description,
a year.
based on the
On a
description, Bobby,
year?
I'll be honest with you.
So
This tells me that he's not doing that well in the business.
I
He's
mean,
telling
they've
me that
offered
they're
me
quite willing.
75,000 based
Yeah,
on my
they're
eBay sales.
They're
okay,
willing.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
so
will.
it's-
So again, I'm getting another. Again, not knowing the individual, I don't know them. I don't know their numbers. I don't have access to it. All I'm saying is that based on everything the information you're giving me, you're basically telling me they're a high risk loan,
Yeah.
and they're basically giving them about this is basically you can't get a loan any other way. And to
It
Bobby's
feels like a
point from
payday
earlier,
loan is what I told you.
it basically that's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm getting at.
literally said this feels like a payday loan where they're
Yes.
advancing you money and then they're taking out when you make money, and
Yeah.
at a very high percentage.
which is a suggestion. So to your friend or hobby friend or associate or whatever, like their basic, all the numbers are pointing to me that you are not operating a real business yet. You're not in that position. And because I promise you, if you're operating a real business,
you don't
the
need the
interest rates are
3,500.
it's not even that, Bobby. Like, and if you were a real business, $3,500 is like people would give you 35,000 and they wouldn't blink an eye, and they would give you tremendously favorable rates. They would give you very, very reasonable payback. There is no, I don't have any problem with the idea of leverage if you're operating a viable business model that can actually pay things back, and then you use it to grow your business properly.
Sure.
But if you're literally borrowing, if you're borrowing something as little, and I use a scenario of actually borrowing money and actually paying interest, but $3,500 to your point, it's like, no, I literally could go to the bank of Carlos Sr. and go, hey, can I borrow this? And guess what? I would get that tomorrow, but not everybody has that. I can go into my cash reserves if I needed to. $3,500 is not enough money to need to loan if you're operating a business. Why?
There's a lot
Why
of
is
small
that a thing
guys
you're
out
even
there,
doing?
though. That's the problem. There's a lot of guys are going, dude, if I could buy this deal in 3,500, man, I could make like 100K. Like whatever.
But
If you're making 30x, then you should probably talk to a person who would buy it, would buy in on that deal for you.
I preempted it by saying, dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, dude.
I don't care
I could-
who it is. If anybody asks me, I don't see it as being a very good decision, especially not in cards.
People don't make good decisions, though.
But that's part of the problem, because I can see, like, we've had this discussion, like, I don't know if Nia's still in here, but the joke's been like people are just maxing everything out to buy this Pokemon stuff and everything else. And the sad thing is, it's probably true. There is probably a ton of people out there that are just maxing their credit as far as
They're all at the CSC show. Don't worry.
Listen, people are fighting at the Costco. People are fighting.
Yes,
exactly.
Out there,
Over nothing.
They're foiling up. They're foiling up to fight at the Costco.
Over nothing.
Over $30, I'll elbow you.
Yeah, it's a good elbow though.
Eric is like,
I'd
I
have
haven't
cranked that
fought.
dude down. I would have just like,
Not-
okay, dude. You
This
wanna
isn't
elbow
to
something?
change the subject, but to tell you how stupid that is to me. Okay.
Okay.
I do the reselling stuff, and I have not been to my local Goodwill in town in probably 6
You're missing
months.
out. All the scores that you got, you're missing out.
I have not
You've
been
got
there
to go.
in probably 6 months, because every time I go in there, it's literal trash at the one here in my town.
Boston Bruins stuff? Oh,
But then
man.
you score some great
It's
stuff.
probably lower than that. But anyway,
Whoa! Whoa!
I got my VHS and beta movies back today, and I wanted to go to another store that's in the shopping center, and there's a book that I'm looking for my wife. I found one, but there's 2 volumes. I'm trying to see if they got the other volume in yet. And I was like, I'm going to walk in and just see if they have any sealed VHS. It's a crazy niche thing, but I was on my mind, so I stopped. I was going to the shopping center anyway. Walking around the store, they didn't have any. And I literally say to myself, it's still nothing but junk in here.
Mhm.
And I get ready to turn around to walk out back to the front to leave. And there was somebody in the aisle. So I walked around one of the racks they had. And as I'm walking on the backside, I don't know how many of y'all like have played video games or know anything about Call of Duty or anything like that.
Nothing.
But I'm walking past the rack and I see this little mini fridge that said Juggernog on it. And I first thought it was from Fallout because I know they have like those little weird saying for drinks and stuff. And I looked it up. I just put Juggernog mini fridge into eBay.
Yep.
It's a $600 mini fridge.
Wow.
$9.99.
Insoles.
$9.99. Just laying there on a shelf, $10. It's very easy. I shouldn't say it's very easy. You have to hunt and you have to learn and identify things. But I literally had not been there in 6 months, and I was about to walk out because I had gave up. In that one little circle around that rack, just turned $10 into probably $500, just because I happened to recognize that, hey, this is probably really good. So
yeah, but that happens a lot, though. If you know a little bit, you know a little bit more, and you start knowing a little bit more, you start realizing, and then you start anticipating, going, I think this might be something. And that takes a little bit of time. I got 30 years of that, so don't worry.
Yeah. But that's fun.
I don't just buy hobby, right?
The thing, though, Brandon, what you're touching on, though, is so like I said, circling back around to my point, the reason why I brought up the thing from the Discord and all that is that my key thesis here, other than rule number 1 and rule number 2, my key thesis, though, is that if you lay out the scenario for me, I don't need to know anything else to tell me that you either don't have the business acumen or the credit or the correct setup. Because if all you're looking for is a relatively nominal amount of cash, there are so many options. Even in a higher interest rate environment, I promise, like I said, I could literally snap my fingers and make $3,500 appear today. I could even make $3,500 American appear if I needed to. Whoa. And that's like millions of dollars Canadian.
It is.
Snap my fingers and it's done. Done.
That's a lot of Gretzky rookies.
I know, right? I'll grab a couple from behind the door. I'll grab a couple from behind the door as my door stops, and boom, done. Easy. The point is, though, Brandon, that just tells me, it's like, no, you think you're operating a business. You're not ready to operate a business because you're thinking wrong. The margins, the scenario you created for yourself in that hypothetical with this person. If I'm trying to do a business, I'm not doing a 30% loan with anybody. There's a million better ways. Like if you insist on using leverage, which inherently is not necessarily a bad thing, plenty of businesses operate on leverage and build a bigger business, but you have to be buying the right thing, spending the money on the correct things, which actually build the business, not taking a shot in the dark. And if that's all you can get, and those are the terms you get, it's telling me that your credit is trash.
That like I said, like outside of the fees and everything else, and quite honestly, he sold a bunch of cards last year, so I don't know where the funds are. I don't know like all of his personal life and everything. I've never met him personally. He's just someone
that's why I'm making no
so
assumptions
I don't
other
know
than the
details
information.
there. I don't want to get into personal life like all of that, but
yeah.
I don't also want to see anybody that I would consider a friend fail like that. So that's why I tried to give advice to sway away. Now the decision was made. He decided to go along and go ahead with taking a loan, but
maybe he scored something good, though. He might prove you wrong.
Well, it's going to have to be good, Bobby.
That's the biggest problem.
The point is, it's going to have to
It's
be.
not even the fees. It's the risk in that, like, in cards in general. Like, it... I don't
Lessons
know.
make you
Hopefully
learn.
the best. It just seems like an awful lot to try to break even with a lot of risk, and, especially in this period that we're in.
It's good for him to do that because I think the lessons will make you learn. Well, most people will learn. And sometimes you have to go through that to get over that rule number 1 and 2 threshold. And that's the unfortunate part.
Unfortunately, some people never do, though.
I understand that most of them from PA and sending joke thoughts.
They never realize the mistake.
I will also mention real quick, just to give kind of the thought behind actions this individual has taken in the past. He also got sucked into fractionalization when they were back when that was a thing. And he's a big Jordan fan and was buying into like buying shares of like Jordan stuff or whatever. And I tried telling him then, and okay, it was like $20 a share or whatever, so it's not like big money.
But I was like, advice, okay?
I was like, dude, you're buying a share of an item when it is at its all-time highest price. Now, yes, you're only putting $20 in, but do you understand that it has to double its all-time highest price to make $20?
Well, are you sure he only bought one share?
I don't know how many. I know.
I bet you he bought more than one share.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way he bought only one share.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I know that it was 28.
How many shares can you get for $3,500? 175. 175 is the answer.
Like, that's the kind of thing. Like, he's had these ideas in the past, and I'm just like, no, dude, that's stupid. Like,
that's stupid. You said it right there.
Yeah, like it's at its all-time high, and it has to double for you to make $20. Like that.
It sounds like he's a useless friend. Because
that would be like spending $100,000 on a Bitcoin today and hoping that you're going to make $100,000.
It's going to $1 million. Come on.
Like,
you might live that down. Who knows?
That might be more realistic than Jordan duplicating its all-time high. I mean, to be honest, but anyway.
At least there's something tangible in a Jordan card. Just saying.
Well, you are getting a fractionalization of it, but sure. So bottom line, the reason why I thought it was a worthwhile discussion is that the bigger picture of it is that if you're talking business, you can get way better terms than that. If you're operating a solid business, you can get infinitely better. Like, history has shown that if you are a business that has revenues that can show those revenues, a lot of these banks and things will bend over backwards to give you very favorable terms. Like they will go out of their way.
If he needed funding, to try to seek out a business credit card that had rewards with a lower interest than the 30%, because at least then you can make the rewards work for you and at a lower fee. So that was my suggestion. If he wanted to, if he needed funding, that seemed better than this other option. But anyways.
Oh, infinitely. Like, no doubt. So like I said, the lesson here is that there are indicators. Like I said, we'll never know 100% sure. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know. But whatever. They good luck to them, I guess. Is the best I can say on that one. So Ty here's saying, man, what if companies price the wax out of business? They won't. They're not too big to fail. That part is true, but the second part. All these people stop buying wax, then the real hobby crash, the people won't stop buying wax, number one. We've got the fractionalization of it. We've got breaking. We've got all those things. And secondly, like I said, I've heard plenty of people that pitch this. And I was like, guys, all you have to do is cut back production. And actually, I was having some fun. So, Brandon, here's a question for you. I haven't looked into it. I got to look a little more closely. So, obviously, 2025 Topps Series 1 is around the corner. People are seeing the images for it and all that. They're talking about that piece of it. I know Big Scott was talking about that and all that. Can you give me your recollection? I haven't looked into it recently. What is a box of Series 1 go for these days? Or Series 2? Series 1 or Series 2? Like flagship Topps.
Don't quote me because I haven't bought it since like 2022, I think. Adley Rushman year. I'm going to guess. I don't know of any real big rookies well, James Wood will be in it, but I don't know what the hype will be behind his stuff. I'm going to throw out probably 149 if I had to guess.
Okay, so let's say $150. I don't think that's a wild number. I think that's about probably somewhere in the range. Just a hobby box is all I'm getting at. So let's call it $150. Is that fair? Like
I would say guess? Probably somewhere around there.
Reasonable guess. Okay. Here's kind of a fun thing, Eric. Let me have a little fun with this.
Okay.
Back in the day, one of the things that I used to do with some hobby friends is that they enjoyed buying a case of Topps flagship. This was back in the late 90s. And they would buy a case basically and do like a thing. All right, everybody, you know, if you want to participate, like we'll split. This is how much the case is, and you know, X number of you with shipping and everything. This is how much we need per box. And then if you all pay your share, whatever, and then we'll send you. You can have as many boxes as you want for the case, and we'll buy a case. If we need a couple of cases, we'll buy a couple of cases. Fine, whatever. So let me go in here. So Carlos says hobby box $90. I feel like it's more than that. Let me see if I can find 2024. I'm curious now.
I'll pull it up real quick.
Yeah, because I can't be that much. I think it'd be a little more than that. It's got to be over 100. I'm curious if anybody can look up that. I'm talking about
VA
just
is
hobby.
139.
So 139 for hobby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's call it 140 bucks then. Okay, fair enough. That's what I wanted to check on. Okay, so just regular. I know there's jumbo boxes. I know there's other variants. So like just sticking to standard hobby. So anyway, Eric, the point is 1998 was one that I participated in. I bought a box. Again, this is in US dollars, so obviously it cost me more money. But I'm going to quote you in US dollars just to keep it easy to not have to do any maths. I will spare you the maths. So
like
back then, it cost me about the equivalent of about 75 US for hobby box. So 1998. Okay. So it's been a while now since 1998. But I got the inflation calculator out here in front of me. Who wants to guess? Don't look it up. Don't cheat. Who wants to guess what a $75 in 1998 would run you in 2024? So $75 in 1998. What is that in 2024 with inflation?
$125.
Okay. Yannick, what do you think?
What did you say, Eric?
I said,
$125.
Oh, actually, hold on. I'm sorry
Go ahead.
to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Carlisle is correct. On Top's website right now, you can pre-order 2025 for $90.
So this is for hobby box?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So,
So fair enough. So this will still go to my point. This is still going to go to my point. So either way, this is still going to work for what I'm trying to get at. So Brandon, how much was $75 in 1998 in today's dollars?
75?
75 in 1998. What is that in today's dollars with inflation?
140.
Okay. So you are very close. 144.34.
Wow.
So here's the point. The point is, depending on what you want to look at, realistically, if you had said that 2025 flagship for a hobby box was $145 or $150, that's not that wacky relative to inflation. $90 is a downright bargain because in 1998 it actually cost more relatively to what it was at the time. We weren't thinking about it that way at the time, but that was the going rate. So in reality, when people complain, and that happens, when people complain that they print too much flagship, it's like, well, guys, that's the reason why it's actually affordable relative to. Now, psychologically, I'll speak for myself. $100 box. It was only a couple of years ago that I could get my head around the idea that $100 box wasn't ridiculous. But I'm like, well, actually, so Eric, in 1998, I was buying a box for 75 US, which is the equivalent of about $145 today.
Mm-hmm.
So realistically, and flagship is printed in abundance. It's not short printed by any stretch of the imagination. It's a very straightforward set. So I'm like, so actually $145, $150 box is downright reasonable because it's not, we didn't think it was wacky when it was $75 in 1998. So how can I say when in relative dollars, 150 is the same? How can I say it's that out of whack? Above that is when we can start having the argument. But at $140, $150, that's equivalent to what I had no hesitation paying in 1998.
I understand the point. Your point's correct. The math is correct. I guess maybe most people have a different way of looking at something when it crosses the $100 threshold. To me, anything under $100 isn't a big deal. Once it crosses over 100, I consider that expensive. And I
when you have to ask permission.
That's when exactly.
I have to ask permission and make sure that I don't get in trouble. But I just think most people think that, once you hit $100, you're talking real money. Anything under
That's why
$100,
you ask for permission.
right? It's you gotta some of us have to get that permission, or else we're not allowed to play with their friends anymore.
Back in '98, 20 was 20, man. Remember?
So I mean, that's just how I look at it. That even today, $100 is everyone sees that as real money. I don't think people just throw $100 away.
It's a mental threshold. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
It is, but you know what's funny? What $100 buys you is much less than it did back then. That's what's funny about it.
Oh, yes.
So it's like, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, the number's the same, but what it buys you is actually less. It's changed. So Mike Good here says people want to 10 times the hobby by charging 10 times the price. You think they kiss you and buy you dinner before well above the leave that blank. There you go. How many packs per box? So I'm glad you asked. So I've got it in front of me. So for 2024 tops, I don't have 2025 in front of me, but I'll give you 24.
It's
So
20
24
packs.
20 packs. Is it 12 cards per pack?
I believe. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what it was in 2024.
Yeah, 12 per pack, 20 per box.
But there's something. There's another equation in there that you're missing. Is really what is the value of the pulls from the '98 box compared to today? The pull value.
So I'm about to touch on that.
Go.
So the amount of cards is less. So we're talking about the old shrinkflation thing. So the shrinkflation thing, which we've talked about. So in 2024, you're going to get 240 cards in the box. In 1998, you had 36 packs and 11 packs per box. So you got probably 100 more cards, give or take, about 100 more cards.
Same size set.
Most similar. 2024 is a 700 card set. 1998 was, I think, about a 500 card set.
Close enough.
So that year was a little weird, but fair enough. So the point is that, and then Dan is touching on this here. The boxes don't provide the same return on hits, though. I opened boxes in 1998, Dan. I got to be honest with you. What was in those boxes is probably equivalent because there were actually less inserts.
Yeah.
It's not like most of the inserts were worth that much anyway. You were still getting predominantly base. You just were. Most of the packs were base.
That's what
you did get a couple of parallel. You did get a parallel or two in there. It wasn't anything to write home about. It was okay, but you were still chasing chases back then.
So what would be a big hit in '98?
Depending on the year, 98 had. Let me
98,
pull up.
99, 97.
I'm only using 98 because at least I bought those boxes, so that's a little easier one for me to get my head around.
But there's no huge, massive hit back then, as compared to today, and I think that's
not too much. I think if you got a rookie card and maybe you got the minted in Cooperstown, were 1 in 8 packs. So in 36 packs, you would get a handful of them. Yeah. You could get 98. You got the Roberto Clemente tribute, so you could get a finest refractor. Roberto Clemente was there. There were Roberto Clemente memorabilia cards, but they were 1 in 3,700 packs, so very difficult to pull.
Sure.
So that was an example of something you could get. And in Series 2, you had Mystery Finest. You could get a borderless refractor, 1 in 288 packs, 36 packs per box. So that was a tough one. And you could get like Ken Griffey, Mystery Finest, borderless refractor. That may be worth a couple $100 at the time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't too crazy, but you could pull some stuff there.
So today, I guess if we double that, then $400 is your big pull today, right?
Yeah.
Basically. If all things were equal, I'm just saying.
Yeah. So that's kind of where it was.
It isn't that though.
Yeah. So like I said, I don't think the relative value was like wacky back then either. But it was more in your mind being $75 instead of $100 plus was just easier. Like it was the barrier. It was the psychological barrier of crossing that line. And we didn't at the time.
And that was an upper tier pack back then, right? Our box.
No, flagship was still relevant. By 98, we had Finest, we had Chrome, we had a couple of those higher end sets for sure. So it would definitely, flagship was still kind of that moderate price point.
Got it.
Right now, you know what that means. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you. I'm giving up on new sets. I'll just buy singles or vintage. That's fair. I'm glad I got over my ripping phase early when I could get a hobby box a couple of years old for $60. Different times, yeah. It feels different pulling cash out of your pocket rather than pushing some PayPal buttons. The money goes digitally away from you. There you go. Did not expect shrinkage to be a topic tonight. When Eric's here, shrinkage is always a topic.
Nope.
I was in the pool.
I'm gonna hop off and go see what my wife and daughter's doing. I will say though, I was looking at the checklist. $90 is actually tempting to maybe have a little bit of fun because
If
as a
it's
Nationals
so
fan,
Brandon, if we've learned nothing else, if it's $90 for hobby on a inflationary scale, it's cheap.
well, $90 is actually
No, what's the hit
almost
differential
it's
though?
teetering on what they were in 2019.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, look, all I'm saying, you know, if Fanatics Overlords want to cut the check, I will be much more effusive in my praise. All I'm saying is at $90 in today's economy,
Yeah,
that's basically free.
today in the card market, like compared to
It's
West,
basically free.
and
That's basically free.
as a Nationals fan, I was looking at the checklist. James Woods on there and Dylan Cruz is on there. So the two top rookies for the Nationals is in the product, and $90 might be something to look at if you're a baseball fan. Because
So if you hit the biggest card in there, what's it worth?
Dylan
Oh,
Cruz
if you hit the
sells
biggest
really
cards in
high.
there,
I'm not high
you
on
could do all
him.
right.
I like
You could do
James
all
Wood
right.
more than Cruz, but he is a very highly touted rookie prospect, whatever you want to call him. And some of his stuff has sold pretty well. So if you were to hit, I don't know, a 1-on-1 auto of him, rookie auto, it would probably sell really well.
That's
So
not money.
the likelihood of that,
Well,
though,
it's
is
no money.
very, 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 very big.
So if you equate the price, but you equate the hit end on this end and the hit end on this end, there's no comparison. So really equating that, I understand, Carlos, what you're doing with the math, but the hit is so different. It's so different. So you can't really even equate that.
Well, to be honest with you, though, if we're talking about the
you're
$90,
still paying the same amount of money, but you're getting the killer hit if you can get it, or even a half decent hit is still.
Well, the thing is, Bobby,
what you got back then and percentage difference, right?
The thing is, Bobby, though, if we're talking about $90 today, that's actually cheaper than it was back then. And in a hobby box today, you can get an autograph or a memorabilia card per box. So you're actually getting more. It's actually better right now at that price point. What Brandon's saying, I'm taking him at his word based on what he's saying.
Sure.
If it's $90, that's a better deal than 1998.
Sure it is.
Yeah, you can pre-order them right now on Tops. Says limit.
That's a better price than 1998. You're actually paying less relatively and getting more hits per se.
True enough. Yes.
But I'm gonna hop off, fellas.
All right, hold on, Brandon. Before you leave, I know you want to leave. Hold on. Sunday is my mother's birthday.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Sunday, grave digger.
All right, she's turning 28. So
Again.
I want everyone wish her a happy birthday while she's still awake and not asleep and listening.
Miss Kathy is the star. She knows I love her. She says that I've loved Miss Kathy ever since I joined the show, and she's talked in the chat and everything. So I hope Eric is not a pain in the ass. Do not make him cookies. Do not get him chocolate sticks, and make him bake you a cake.
Correct.
Not an ice cream cake.
No.
Thank you.
I'm gonna buy her a real cake, but I would love for everyone in the chat. We got 35 people to send her some happy birthday wishes. She'll get a kick out of it. So I just wanted to say that, and I love you, Mom. I hope you're listening, and happy birthday. And I'm sure everyone here wishes you the same.
Happy birthday, Kathy.
There you go. So, Brandon, thank you. And if I do end up doing the watch along on Sunday, we'll give her a proper happy birthday on a Sunday as well. But yes, happy birthday, Kathy.
We will.
Yannick, Bobby, Carlos, y'all be good.
Brandon,
don't take that 75,000. Don't take it, brother.
Yep. Real quick here, Dom says there's no black parallel, so that's why I heard about that. Some people were complaining that they got rid of the black parallels. Oh my god, it's scandalous. Like, dude, whatever. Have it, don't have it, whatever. It's fine. Mike here says the price for archives is crazy to me. I heard it's like a live-in set. Oh, so it should have been low end set. Gotcha.
Low end, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Now I get you. Now take a 30% loan and buy for $90. Yes. Hashtag not investment advice.
No.
Baz here. Good evening, Baz. When 1991 O-Pee-Chee Premier Baseball hit the market after the 1990 hockey boxes, the street price was $60. Yes. In 1991, yes. It was the most we ever paid for boxes and never have again. It was printed in mass. It was.
On
Paul
Mars.
also says, happy birthday, Kathy. Makes sure Eric isn't annoying for the day. Jeff, happy birthday, Miss Wade. Josh, happy birthday to my favorite Wade. Facts. Grub says, happy birthday. Family's everything. Happy birthday, Kathy. Excellent. Thank you all. Great stuff. Great stuff. So now, Eric, you can show the people have paid homage. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I don't expect anyone to pay homage to me, but I appreciate them doing so.
I pay homage to you every show. You're trash. So that is my homage. So anyway, so happy birthday, Kathy, from everyone in the chat and from us, of course. So like I said, it's kind of interesting though. I gotta be honest. Like I said, it's not my market. I'm not interested in it because honestly, I'm not collecting that stuff. But like I said, if it's $90 and you like and you enjoy Series 1, go for it, man. Like that's actually not bad. Like in today's world, relatively speaking,
Yeah,
like, if you actually like the cards,
$400, $500, $600,
that's not terrible.
Yeah.
That's not terrible.
No.
Back then we had a different context because high end was much lower bar than what it is today. What constitutes high end and what constituted high end back then. That's why I laughed when I was talking about when I was talking about the AEW Black Diamond and I was saying it was $300 US. This was the starting price. Yeah. I was like, guys, back then that would have been super duper duper high. That would have been like, oh my God, how can anyone even afford such a thing? And today it's almost standard. That's Black Diamond standard price. Like it's absurd. Like it's wild.
Well, back in '98, I bought a 74 PG pack for $300 US.
Right.
So I was always in the higher market back then because of the rarity, but so the $190 is nothing really at that point. But just saying, for new product and stuff like that. And Steven and I, that we would buy stuff. Buying a $90 box was not out of the question. It was pretty easy. Yeah,
this is basically it. So that's kind of why.
Today would be. Why not?
Yeah, but that's just it. Like, look, on the wrestling card channel, I opened a box of Black Diamond just to show people. And like I said, as far as I'm aware, I might have opened the worst box. Like out of the ones I've seen on video, I might be the only person who was willing to show a box that bad.
Usually your luck is better. But...
Yeah, generally speaking. So I can't complain for the most part. And actually, I'm excited to hear possibly in the next week or two, we may get AEW Allure. Which the last Allure I actually really liked. So I actually was a big fan of the product. So I'll probably get a box or two of that. It's not as expensive, thankfully, as Black Diamond. So I'll enjoy it. I'll have a little fun with it. So it's been enjoyable from that perspective. But no, like I said, we've changed our price consciousness in some ways because things have gotten more expensive. A lot of it, like my groceries are more expensive. Gas is more expensive. Like
that's another part of it too. Yes.
Even if I'm not talking about all the way back in 1998, even if I go 10 years back, stuff was cheaper. So, if my coffee costs
a dollar store, remember?
Yeah. If my coffee is costing me this much more, if filling up a gas tank is costing me this much more in relative terms, anything that holds the line to similar old pricing suddenly feels cheap by comparison, which is weird, but it's true. Papa says, happy birthday, Miss Wade. Absolutely. Thank you, Paul. JW says, speaking of tops to permanently suspend direct accounts for CT scanning. How do they enforce? That's kind of my thing. So I all they did was just beef up the language to be like, well, you guys, if we catch you. And I'm like, well, how do you plan on catching them? Unless they tell you they did it or somebody rats them out. Like, how are you going to tell?
Why would anybody say anything contrary to that?
Yeah, exactly. Like, be quiet. Paul says, anybody here familiar with the CGA grading drama last week? So yes, thank you for that. So Dan says, yes, Paul. So CGA is another one of those third-party graders, like Beckett.
I think they're fourth party, actually.
Yeah, they're like 18th party at this point. So anyway, so this CGA guy, I don't have the screenshots. Neo captured a bunch of them, and we had some fun with it on the Discord. So anyway, what's funny about it is that this guy is basically a small operation. Almost, I think it might be a one-man show. And he's begging people for money, and he's backlogged for the people that are already there. And he's trying to get investors, and there's a whole bunch of stuffs there. And I'm sitting there like, what? Like, at that point, give up, my man. It's over. The game is over. Stop.
That's the guy who gets the $3,500 loan.
Yeah, basically. Name says, I eat a chocolate stick donut smothered in mayo every Friday night as an homage to Eric. We love the homages.
Why?
Gotta love him.
Go find something better to do.
There's nothing better.
No, there's nothing. We're the longest running episodic, whatever this is. Yep, dude is begging for money. Correct, Dan. Interesting rookies in Series 1. James Wood, Dylan Cruz, Kobe Mayo. Wait, Mayo. Go on.
Oh boy.
Tell us more of Mayo.
Please.
Do not stop there, Dom. We need to know more of this Kobe Mayo. Because Eric is getting excited. Getting him excited. Jacob Wilson, Brooks Lee, Connor Norby, Young Kenzie Noel. Is that actually how it's spelled? That's terrible. That's trash.
Really?
Jon Kenzie Noel and Drew Thorpe. How unfortunate. And he hasn't returned cards in a month. Yes. Speaking of the CJ one, there are some price points I can't justify paying. That's fine. I always tell everybody I like opening some boxes, but do what you do. It is expensive, so if it's too expensive, don't. Just buy the singles. You'll be fine. Name says I bought 2 hobby boxes of Upper Deck CHL, and it felt really cheap compared to other products. CHL is not bad. CHL is relatively inexpensive. It's fair. I think they're going to have also the Professional Women's Hockey League is going to have a set out as well, and that one should be probably okay. Price wise,
yeah. Actually, Numbnuts here posted something on his. Oh, there's Mum.
Yep. Happy with the guy.
Yeah, Numbnuts already posted something on his Instagram with the PWHL Upper Deck product coming out.
Yep.
PW.
He's all excited about it. He can't wait to collect it.
Professional Women's Hockey League, the ladies hockey league that's there with some of the teams in Canada and US. He had a 28K business and all that. Speaking of the CGA one, probably high interest terms. Yeah, probably. It's probably close to what's going on with that guy in the eBay thing. It's wild. I'll assume this is high. Hi to you. Still up scores. Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Eric should expect some Kobe Mayo cards in the mail now.
I just hope. Listen, if this guy asks for my address, do not have my permission. Do not give him my address. I do not want him knowing where I live or how to get a hold of me or sending me anything.
No.
So you're saying if I understand you correctly, you are asking me to take down the billboard that I put in front of his house with your address.
I would appreciate that before he notices it.
Do you feel that it might be late since it's been there for 6 months?
He's listen. Have you ever tried to wrangle 48 children at the same time?
No.
And put hockey skates.
I don't.
Can't say I have.
Like
Can't say I have.
He has no idea what's going on around him. He would never see a billboard. He's just trying to snatch this one, grab this one, stop touching your brother, and then like put the hockey skate on. I mean, it's.
Hold on, I had to mute him. Could be a new Mayo Monday. Yes, it could be. I'm getting excited. New Mayo Monday? Don't threaten me with a good time.
Manic Mayo Monday. Maybe.
Manic Mayo Monday. Exciting. Carl says, Roki Sasaki to the Dodgers. I'm just learning. How do we miss this news earlier? I was listening in on it. I was checking it out.
It's all over Toronto news.
Yeah.
Well, I think the funniest part about that whole thing, Yannick, is that I don't understand. Like, I know a few Toronto fans. None of us were really concerned about it because it's like they're not going to sign him. He's going to the Dodgers. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
he was on that plane too.
Yeah. Like, it's not news to me. Like, whatever. By the way, I'm like, do I care? Not really. Maybe he's good. And if he is, it's not like the Dodgers need him anyway.
That's
just another guy.
They got 3 Japanese now in that rotation in the Los Angeles.
At this point, the Dodgers could sign the country of Japan. Like it's whoever's there who's any good, they'll have him. So Mayo is a big time corner infield prospect for the Orioles. Jon Kenzie Noel is a real slugger for the Cleveland Guardians, and his nickname is Big Christmas. I like Big Christmas. That's a good nickname.
That's
I like
that.
Name.
Yeah,
I like that. Thank you for the extra background, Dom. Appreciate it. There's famous position of Highway 97 in Kelowna where there's nothing but billboards. Eric's address is posted there. It's true.
Oh, God.
I got a great volume deal on that. That was great.
Although Joe is called Big Christmas too, Yannick? My Joe guy, the path through his whole house.
Yeah.
And the permanent Christmas tree. Anyways.
Look on the upside, Eric. If it's any consolation to you, if it makes you feel any better at all, I know for a fact there's definitely not more Joe Thorntons coming your way.
No.
Definitely not. I don't want to spread any rumors, and I want to quash them right now so that they stop right where they started.
I'm not happy.
No.
As a Joe Thornton super collector, I'm sure you're not.
I don't want to be a Joe Thornton super collector.
It's too late. You already are now.
Super collector.
It's happening.
Carlos says, thankful to the Dodgers can only play 9 at a time. Okay, 10. They have a DH too. True.
You got 5 times the cards we have of Thornton. So there you go. 5 times is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Mike here says MLB teams should not be allowed to backload their contracts now. They can level up additional talent, take money away from other teams in the luxury tax each year. That's fair. I know Brendan's a big fan of changing up some of that, signing international signings, but fair enough. Eric, aka Big Mayo, aka Big Chocolate Stick, aka Big Upside Down One Touch Holder. You got almost as many nicknames as Shaq.
I think so.
I did the only good part about Shaq coming to play for the Celtics.
You mean the Big Shamrock?
The Big Shamrock. That was cool. Everything else about him being here was not cool.
Just say,
he was
Big
bad.
Shamrock.
He was bad.
He was old.
He shouldn't. He should have retired years before.
Like Joe Thornton.
Like Joe Thornton.
There you go.
Oh, Joe Thornton, listen. Greatest living and dead Boston Bruin. Come on. Joe Thornton should go on forever. Dan here says, Big Christmas hit a huge home run in the series against the Yankees. The only game Cleveland won. Love it. Thank you, Dan. Listen, I'm just excited at the possibility of more Mayo Mondays.
No,
that's all I care about. That's all I care about. That was the important part for me. And the rest of it is just gravy. Love it. Fantastic.
I don't like gravy either.
I love gravy.
Yes.
What?
You
don't
hate
like gravy?
everything.
That's like that.
Eric
cartoon.
hates everything. I thought we established this. Eric hates everything.
You saw that I did not put gravy on my Thanksgiving dinner, correct? No gravy.
I mean, if you mean by pouring it all over yourself and drinking it from the bowl, yeah, sure.
Yeah, right.
He goes, I hate eating gravy. And then it's like, but I will pour it on my body.
It's like that cartoon.
That's not the same thing.
Very
completely different. It's completely different. I see. We're learning so much, and so much we didn't want to know. It's wild. Anyway, quick side thing that I wanted to mention as well. So I did make sure I covered my main agenda items, so thank you to everybody for that. No gravy. The fuck is wrong with you? You're asking this question now?
No gravy. None.
He prefers to cover his turkey and mayo, guys. Dang.
No, that's
wow. And Paul doubles it up. Hold on. We got this one right here. Boom. And then we got right here. Boom. That's right, Paul.
Paul squared over here asking me what's wrong with me. Nothing.
Dueling Pauls are in alignment right now. The dueling Pauls are in alignment.
Gravy is gross. No, thank you.
Gravy's gross.
Name
post. I hope Eric picks the Dodgers to win the World Series in the next 10 years to do cursing. I know. Yep. Paul is eerie how we went to the same place. I know, guys. You nailed it. Paul squared. Nailed it. I love it. Fantastic. Yeah, so I covered my main agenda item, so I wanted to make sure I touched on that. Disappointment today, I will say. I had actually put in a request from our Fanatics overlords to get my auction stuff. And FedEx was scheduled to deliver today, and I was here all day, and they have failed me.
Failed.
Yeah, like it was in the distribution center. They're like, we tried to deliver it. No, you fucking did not. I was in my office, feet away from my door.
FedEx,
you didn't do shit. Yeah,
FedEx. You did, right? So that's at the convenience store down the street now.
No, that's if it was through eBay. FedEx. Here's the thing: there's 2 FedEx guys who do deliveries, and I actually know both of them, and they're generally really good. But I don't know who the hell was trying to deliver this, but they were full of shit. They did not try to deliver crap. I didn't get a slip, and I did not get any attempt to deliver. I had my laptop set right here, and I'm right beside the door. If you even breathe on the door hard, I'll hear you. You did not try to deliver shit. And Canada Post was being slow too this week because I was waiting on a couple of things from them too. So it's like total slacking this week.
I got something from Canada Post yesterday. It was from December 16th. So
yeah, like they're totally slacking us.
Yeah.
There were a couple of things that actually went through okay that I was kind of impressed, but then no, there's I'm waiting on one card. I don't do a lot of trades, but I did one trade for a couple of wrestling cards, and we completed the trade and everything. But yeah, didn't get that this week. I'm waiting on one other thing as well from a group break that I did. So that's a thing. It got shipped out, but it's just delayed as well. And then I'm waiting for eBay to ship me something through their international thing, which was a mistake. I clicked on the wrong thing. I should have clicked the American address. I clicked on the Canadian one, and I'm gonna get screwed over. It's gonna take forever. It's the worst. Even with the curse, they're going to win at least one more in the Otani area. The real question is what the final tally will be. So, kind of a quick aside. If the Dodgers keep stacking up all this talent, which they seem to be pretty much content to do at this point, it does take a lot of the, like I said, at this point, I'm not interested in the regular season of basically any sport.
Nope.
The only sport that I'll watch the regular season in is football because I enjoy watching the Packers play, and I watch my Packer games, and I'll watch Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football less so. Monday Night Football I'll watch a little bit as well. That's the only sport I'm watching regular season games for, really. The rest of it's the playoffs. But if the Dodgers are going to be so ridiculously stacked, you're taking a lot of the sport out of that too, and it's just not making it very interesting for me. Because it's like, okay, you basically just, all the international talent you're stacking. It was kind of funny when the Dodgers had a bunch of talent and lose. But now if you're actually going to build a team properly and then just add more players to it, well, that's taking the whole sport out of this, Eric. Like, there's no fun in that. What am I going to waste time watching that? That's not enjoyable.
Well, you shouldn't be watching baseball anyways, because that's stupid.
I know. We shouldn't be watching hockey. It's trash. UPS is still telling me, that's what Eric said, is telling me that they're going to deliver a package to me 3 hours ago. You have to appreciate their optimism. Yes. I do enjoy when it shows up like that. Yes. The worst part, Eric, is that FedEx still called me to get the duty. So on the Fanatics one, they put the full amount. So Eric, I paid $107 for the privilege of them not delivering it to me today.
That seems ridiculous.
That makes sense.
Yep. They were nice enough to call me in the morning to tell me that I owe this much in customs because they put in the full amount. And then it's like, okay, fine. And I paid it immediately. And the issue wasn't that I didn't pay the customs in time, because sometimes they've done that before. Oh, but you didn't pay it fast enough. You sent it to me and I paid it within 10 minutes. That wasn't fast enough for you people?
You were late, sir.
I know.
If there was only a way for you to kind of get around that a little, maybe if you sent it to someone in the United States and then they sent it to you.
Routed it.
And
yeah,
then
I could, Eric, but like they're sometimes really picky when it on some stuff I can do that. On some stuff, I would rather just be like, you know what? I don't want you screwing around with this. Just because here's the thing. All right, you send it to somebody in the United States. Cool. You do realize that I still have to pay for it because they still deliver it by courier. And then on top of it, the shipping from the US to Canada is not like the shipping to US to Canada is nothing. And I would still have to pay customs because they'll still charge me. Even if you try to like skirt around it, sometimes they'll look at it and go like, yeah, there's some customs there.
If we only had a convoy between Canada and the US.
Yeah, well, Bobby's the we already joked about it. Bobby's the only one who gets away with like the special Burrell treatment.
Yeah, he's got
They never charge me customs. I'm like, they charge me customs every fucking time.
Me too.
Even if I thought about it, they charge me customs. I haven't got the package yet, and they're
just mention it right now. They're charging you customs.
Mm-hmm. I just got a bill. It's just sent. Bing.
I guess we gotta say Burrell on the
Yes.
the packing slip.
Yes, please.
Yep. Paul says, want to be the 51st state? Not worth it. I'd rather pay 10 times customs.
Nope. Don't go there.
The United States has Eric. The United States says Eric, hard pass.
that doesn't seem nice.
Look, I like I said already, like all I got to do is tell the locals, you realize if we become one of the U.S. states, then we have Eric. Oh, fuck that. I'll accept nuclear holocaust first. Fuck you. That's a small price to pay.
That seems fair.
Yep. Pretty much. Listen, at this point, if the Americans knew you were there, they would nuke Massachusetts in principle. Like, wait a minute. Fuck that.
We're not going to tell them.
Just saying. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Carlisle. We're currently in the process of shipping priority pallets to Thornton to MA UPS. That's right. That's right. Working on it. These are tough times, man. Tough times. So yeah, so now it's going to be weird because we're going to see now. I'm going to be curious, Yannick. So Fanatics has the package that I already paid the customs for. So that one now has been moved to Monday. Generally speaking, if they move it, the second day it will go. So now we'll see. They should, because now it should be there. But then ship my cards, I had actually asked for a shipment as well, and they got it out on Friday, which means if they did, that means it might be 2 packages on Monday. Now I'm sitting there like, I hope you don't split it to 2 drivers, because that's the worst. It's a pain in the ass. Just give the packages to 1 driver. I'll sign for both things and we'll be done. Please don't split it. Please don't do some weird shit.
Don't make it complicated.
Just give it to the same person. They can walk to the same door. I'll sign for both packages. It's fine.
The
Good
kiss
Lord. Oh my God. Sometimes, but dude, sometimes they make it complicated. They come up with a bunch of convoluted things, and I'm like, guys, it doesn't have to be this hard.
Always.
And if you delivered it today, we would have already been half done. I'm looking forward to it because the Fanatics one, I realized that I have auctions on the Fanatics one that I won back in 2023. So I actually hadn't sent to have it shipped in a long time. So I was like, okay, cool. I'd like my stuff. Now's a good time to get my stuff all at once. The ship my card stuff obviously is my eBay stuff. It's more frequent. But the Fanatic stuff is like, I've got some stuff for my 63 Fleer set. I've got some stuff for my 53 Bowman Color.
Oh.
I've got some, there's some nice stuff there. Like when I get it in, I'll do a video and you guys will see, like, there's some cool stuff. And I got that Juan Soto jersey that I purchased that I showed as part of the last podcast episode. So that's a fun piece. It's another piece.
Have you
There's some
guys
cool
I don't know if you had another topic, but have you guys seen there's a guy this week or the last month or so, he's out his 87 Flair set and it's $7,000 off of an eBay transaction. Have you guys heard of that?
Yeah.
I sent you, I think, the link, Bobby. Yeah, there's a video that came out this morning, and
is it 87 or 86?
The 87, the second year.
Second.
Okay, second year. Okay.
Yeah, complete set, all in PSA, everything up to date. Everything went legit, but the guy claimed in the end that he didn't know there was a few rookies that were missing. To him, like, he thought they were including the set, and obviously the price I think was too low, and everything was listed properly as per. And I guess like it canceled or went through his.
He claimed that it was an OC Jordan, a 9 OC when it wasn't, and eBay is believing him and not refunding the other guy his money. But the guy's got to keep the set and refund his money. So that's $7,700. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, that's 2 eBay loans.
And
That's
and
right.
then like banks are going
Or
like,
one
nah,
for-
and then eBay saying, nope, not our problem.
One for Brandon. Right.
Wild
75.
times.
Anyway,
Wild times.
Fun
man.
times.
Wild times.
I'm finding there's a lot more scamming going on. I don't know if it's you or me or anybody. I just see a lot more of it. Maybe it's just more publicized.
I believe Eric.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying, have we seen the scams and Eric in the same room at the same time? I didn't think so.
I plot. I tend to spend some time plotting, a couple of hours a day.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the big thing is that whenever there's and look, this can be its own topic. We can talk about this for a moment here. 87 fleece, that's true. Look, here's the thing, and this is not, the rules cover this. Rule number 1, rule number 2, but realistically, there's also, which rule, Eric, is the one that the corruption being rife in the hobby? What number is that? Yeah, double check that, and I'll
What is
just
it?
to confirm. We've got a rule for that. We've got a rule about corruption. Thank you. Corruption number 3. There you go. right at the beginning.
Okay.
Corruption is right for the hobby. How perfect.
Yep.
Bobby, these rules are surprisingly good. They hold up tremendously
They
well.
actually, that was top tier.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's actually very well built and very well strategized in
It's
terms
curated
of the,
well. Yes.
Yes, they are. So here's the thing. And just speaking seriously here for a moment, the part of my cynicism for the hobby, if you want to call it that, or realism or whatever you want to call it, that's on you. No problem. You call it whatever you want it. But part of that is because, and I'll say this seriously, but also partially in jest, but also seriously.
No,
you'll understand. You'll understand why.
Let's
You'll
just
understand
go.
why in a
Just go,
second.
we'll figure it out from there.
You'll understand why in a second. There's
Okay.
actually a reason I said it
Go.
in that way.
Sure.
So I was born originally in Panama. Panama with Colombian side of the family as well. And I always joke that corruption is my birthright. So like we are very well versed being exactly where we are. The thing is, being that I came from a very corrupt society, very corrupt country, very corrupt system, and which still plays into my family dynamics if you go into the history of that. There's
Talking
very
about
interesting
Canada,
links
right?
there. I'm talking about, yes, I'm talking about
Yes,
everything.
probably goes there. Mhm.
All of it. So the point that I'm getting at here is this. Right from the beginning, you know that if you're in a room and you don't know who the sucker is you. That is the life. That is,
Mhm.
you're born into it right there and you know. Carlos Sr. is a very jovial, very entertaining individual, but he's a jovial, entertaining individual who has a colorful history and a background. Carlos Sr.'s father, Jorge Alcazar, was a very colorful character. I come from a very long line of savory, interesting characters.
Colorful, we call them. Yes.
Colorful. Yes, we'll call them colorful. On my mom's side, there's also some colorful characters. So my point is there's a lot of color there involved.
Mhm.
The bottom line is this. Because of that, I'm kind of inoculated from a lot of the shadiness that the hobby brings into it, because to me, that's still low level. Like it's not that troubling or bothersome. However, it's very easy to identify. It's very easy to see. It's very easy to straightforward. The point that I'm getting at is that when it comes to the corruption side of it, wherever there's money, so this would be the way I would make a synopsis of it. Wherever there's money, wherever there's opportunity, there is somebody who will look for the angle. The more money there is, you amplify that. So the rule applies generally, but then add more money, add more zeros, you amplify the amount of people that will try to get an edge, that will try to get an angle. And that's what we experience.
Add the hobby in there too, because any hobby doesn't matter. Just the hobby across the board, because we're talking about varying degrees of pricing. It's not like you're, in money selling, eggs or something. It's a little bit different. So there is that perspective value, the real value, whatever. And there's people who sell people on the wrong deal. Hey, this is really rare. Came from my dad. This is we've heard the stories. Thanks.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that wherever there is opportunity, there is always going to be folks that are going to try to take advantage of said opportunity, and then bring more money into it. And all it does is amplify the number of people who will try.
It does.
That's all. That's all it means. Bring more money into it. It just means more people will come in and try. And when we were having the pandemic boom, well, what a coincidence that you had a gigantic influx in the amount of people that tried to do shady business, shady dealings, left, right, and center, right? And then even now, like, it's kind of calmed down. No, we have people fighting over Pokemon cards in Costco. Like it's the same thing. It's a variation on the theme. It's if there's a buck to be made, the only way you can eliminate it is to make everything worthless. Nothing is worth anything. The trinkets are worthless. The cards are worthless. It's all trash. It's all Boston Bruins, and that's it.
That's it.
Oh, then and only then will you purify the hobby ever. Outside of that, as long as there's money that can be made, as long as there's money available, there is going to be someone who's going to look for an angle. That's it. That's all. That's all. You increase the dollars. Dom's got it right. More money, more problems. Biggie had it right.
He did.
He had it right. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. But again, if there was no money there to be made, then you wouldn't have this problem. You just wouldn't.
It's kind of funny, a lot of people, not a lot of people, because I wish I had more people.
you need people, Bobby. You
need the people with the app. So anyways, guys are saying, and I hear the second tier. I don't hear directly from the person. It's secondhand information. So it's sort of like,
sure.
Well, Bobby's guide or Bobby's book or whatever they want to say, he priced it, but he really doesn't know the prices. And it's like, are you fucking kidding? Has he said that? Really? Okay, I'm going to go have to talk to him. Don't tell him I told you. It's like, really? Like, I've been following this stuff for 25, 30 years. Like, come on, dude. Don't tell me that I don't know the prices. And it's only when somebody's negotiating a deal. So this ends up being, oh, it's sort of like the difference between hey, I believe that's a 7. I need 7 money for that. Well, no, I think it's a 6. Well, what is it? We don't know. And this happened way before. This was always, that difference between a 7 and an 8, even back in, 20 years ago, was different. Even today, you can't sell a raw card because everybody has that different opinion. Seller always thinks it's more, buyer always thinks it's less. Everyone tries to end up in a happy medium. So, but with this other stuff, like I see people who acquire things and they put 10 times the value. He goes, he doesn't know what it is. It's like, yeah, you're just greedy. That's all it is. People want the maximum amount. They've never seen it before. I've said I've seen 20 and they go, yeah, right. And I said, okay, whatever. People have their own mindset of what they think. And it's when they acquire an item that they get that mindset. And everybody thinks it's almost like a treasure hunt where every score is a super score. It's not just a regular score. So everybody wants way, way more than what they think it's actually valued. And we see tons of items on eBay like that, or Facebook Marketplace, whatever you want to call it. And everybody's putting it out. I'm going, dude, that's going to be there. Like, you're at like 1,500. Like, once you get down to 150, you might be close. It might take you 3 or 4 years to realize that you can't sell it. And your girlfriend's sitting there, why don't you just sell the damn thing? You only paid $40 for it. Well, no, I think I've never seen one before. It's like, yeah, it's in the price guide for this amount. Well, he doesn't know nothing. It's a crazy world that we live in of the hobbies and collectibles, of what people think and their perception thereof, right? So anyway.
Well, so that goes back to kind of the story we talked about earlier tonight, with that card that I purchased.
Yep.
We always talk about comps. We talk about pricing. We talk about these various things. And I think if we take it broader, it's a nebulous concept. The reason why it's always going to be nebulous is that if it's an item that can become available more than once a decade or whatever it is, the pricing is going to be dynamic. And what I mean by that, Eric, is this. It is worth a certain amount in a certain scenario, in a certain condition, one time. We change a variable, we're going to get a different result. And that's just the reality of a lot of these things. Let's say it's a limited enough item that it doesn't sell every 5 minutes. If I put it in an auction, I'll get one price. If I put it with a buy it now best offer and force people to just make their best offer and accept the best deal, I might get a different answer. Usually I do. Usually there's a different answer that'll come up. But let's say it's out of 5. So it's not 1 of 1, but it's still relatively rare. Well, the first one's going to sell for X, and the second one's going to sell for Y, and the third one's going to sell for Z. And part of the reason why there's a difference is because X is when everybody was pursuing it. Everybody saw the same one, and they were all able to make their best offer. Y might be a little lower than X. Z might be lower than Y. It doesn't mean the card became less interesting. It's just I took potential bidders out of the pool. The ones who wanted it, who got their copy initially, might have paid the strongest amount, but then they're out now. Unless they happen to want a second copy, like they're out. So if they don't want a second copy and they got the one they wanted, they're satisfied. Well, then they're out of the pool. They were the strongest bidder. So then that leads me to number 2. Then that leads me to number 3. It leads me to number 4, so on and so forth. So what was the real price then? The first time it sold, the second time it sold, the third time it sold. And what if one of them then decides, oh, you know what? I'm out on this. I'm going to collect something else. And then they put it back in the market. And then it sells for another price. Maybe it sells lower. Or maybe it sells between Y and Z. So what's the real price? I'm confused. What is it? What do these numbers mean, Eric? Like, I'm getting 4 or 5 different numbers. Which one's the real number?
It's the one you satisfy both parties at. Neither one is truly happy in the end, but they are, a transaction does happen. So what are you going to do?
The point is, it's not static. All I'm getting at here is that it's not a static thing. Never. It's a dynamic moving target. It's a constantly moving target. I change some of the dynamics, then I have to change it again. And suddenly the factor change. Oh, by the way, we talked about you gave the example about an auction that's publicized by a lot of people, right? Okay. And I explained, I said, well, in an auction scenario, maybe I'm looking at 2 or 3 different items. Then I have to budget my money, because if I make my max offer on every item and I win every item, I'm fucked. Maybe that's not what I want, Eric. Maybe I'm willing to make a strong offer on a couple of these items. I don't want to win all 3, actually. Sure, I would want to if it came at a bargain price, but not at my full price. I don't want to pay my full price for all the items that I'm bidding on. If I won all my items at my max price, that might actually be good for me. That might actually be a really bad scene. So I'll make a strong offer. I lose that one. That actually leaves me the ability to make a stronger offer on the second or a stronger offer on the third. But that keeps changing my number. So my highest offer wasn't my highest offer, Eric. It was my highest offer right now. But then if the scenario changes, my highest offer actually increased. So
Yeah,
that's why dynamics are weird.
Yeah, I just wrote something in my for the app, one of the listings, and I actually put it in quite a few of them, but not all of them. And I always base things. I actually say, things are based on, this is top end of the market value. Although, due to rarity, due to the availability, due to the team desirability, all these prices fluctuate. So what I've been doing, so if you get a team like lighters, okay, let's just say they have all the different teams. Well, there's more Minnesota, Toronto, Montreal, Pittsburgh collectors than there are Winnipeg Jets or all the other smaller teams, Philadelphia Flyers. So, I put this at $100. Well, it's across the board. I'm trying to do it. And I'm saying it just fluctuates. I can't say, well, that one's worth, 150 and this one's worth 120. I stopped doing that, especially when you're talking about team related items, especially. So I actually did write a nice little thing saying that, it's all based on that. So although it's $85 across the board, the Seals will sell for, 150, whereas the Winnipeg Jets will sell for 65. And this is where we have that flux because there's not enough in the marketplace with cards that are graded easy. You got the comps and then you kind of go, okay, let's minus a little bit off of there. And, there's some small negotiation where it's large negotiation. Hey, I've never seen that lighter before. I got it. He says it's worth $100. I'm putting like $700 on it because nobody's seen it before. And this is where we end up with this hobby that's so diversified between people who think that they have the rarest thing in the world and they put it out at crazy prices. And you just sit there and go, well, it is a pretty tough item, but I think I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to wait till he drops it about $700 and then we'll talk. Right. On a $200 item. It's just like, okay. So it's a waiting out. And we have this, everybody wants to score the big score. And that gets back into what we're talking about money-wise and the values and what have you. It's just the uneducated. But don't let me quote you on, on my guide or my prices. It's just like, hey, guy, it's a guide. It's not a price fact. It's a price guide. So, and then they keep quoting it. And it's like, that's the book from 2015. How many years ago was that? Honestly.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of questions and thoughts based on that.
Go ahead.
The answer is 10.
10 years. Yeah.
The answer is 10.
Prices haven't changed in 10 years, haven't they?
Probably not.
No,
Carlo here says, the real price is the next price. And a lot of times it is. Rob here saying, great work, Carlos. And the introduction for Eric's surprise. I had fun putting it together. Thank you. Good job. I didn't think you would warm up to a 1 of 1.
Nice.
It was very nicely done. Very nicely done by you.
Very
here saying,
thank you.
Yeah. Brendan here is saying the universal grading scale isn't a thing because of it being replicated from person to person without the aid of AI. So I'll save my AI jokes for later, but I summarily reject your AI. No, I'm saying whatever the grading scale is by AI, I reject it. The AI is wrong. Just sight unseen. It's wrong. Mike here says, Carlos, what's your favorite PC? This is kind of a fun question. Wrestling, Green Bay Packers, Blue Jay Cards, or something else. So look, I'll answer this honestly. The answer is, right now, the wrestling cards are my favorite because honestly, I can find stuff that I enjoy. So. There's a bit of variety. There's a little bit of it.
It's more unique too. You're not the 1 in 50 million people that are collecting it.
Yeah, it's more niche. It's more of a niche. What I'll say though,
history too, right?
It is, but the thing is, the difference though is that it is more niche. It is more specific. It allows me to kind of focus in on it. Also, an important variable here: the other collections have been ongoing for decades. So I've already put together,
and there's no shortage. It's a shortage of money.
Yeah. So like the Medano collection, adding a piece, taking away a piece is not going to change that much fundamentally. Yeah. I'll still look for things that interest me, but now I can afford to be pickier. Therefore,
well, you got 2,300 and something, so 76 or whatever.
Oh, 2,700. So the point is that one way or the other isn't going to make. Yeah. One more, one way or the other, isn't going to make that much of a difference.
No.
I can still find some cool cards that I enjoy, but now I can afford to be pickier. The only goals that I have are really just ones that I made up. Like I've got almost every one that back in the day, if I had made a list of the ones that I wanted, I have most of the ones on that list now. So there's very little left. Green Bay Packers, some of the Brett Favre stuff. I've got a lot of the stuff I want for that too. Is there still stuff out there? Sure. And if I find it and the price is right and all that, yeah, I'll make a deal. But there's nothing I'm in a hurry to run out to get. So that's what makes the wrestling one interesting, because they're still producing new cards. I can chase after those. I can make videos on that other YouTube channel for it. There's still a bit of a challenge. There's still an angle on it. I get to communicate and hang and chat with fellow collectors on it. We can commiserate and discuss some of the new products and things. So it still keeps me engaged. It still keeps me in the game a little bit. The other ones are like, the other ones I can go on eBay and find whatever. There's probably 150 Medano cards I could buy right now that I don't have already that would scratch off the checklist. If the price is amazing, I might pick it up. I literally bought a Medano card earlier today. It was on ComC. The price I thought was fair. It'll be a nice addition to the collection when it comes in, but there's no hurry. There's no urgency. It was just came up as a good price, and I was like, okay, cool. I'll add that. And that's basically how that collection goes now. That's it. Zach here says, has a good comment here. I wanted to read it. One thing that came up today for me is someone has a card I want and they bring up comps. Comps are cool, but if there's hundreds available, I'll just wait and save my money for something else at the show, which is fair.
Yeah.
Also, one other thing as well about the whole, so we mentioned the comps thing, but the thing that's funny about a lot of this stuff, comps are a lovely data point. But what happens is, let's use the easy maths for Eric here.
Well, it depends
if
if there's
$100
hundreds available or there's one or two available.
For
So
sure,
it's a big
for sure.
difference, yeah.
But regardless, though, whether there's hundreds or a million available or one,
Million.
if the comp is $100, whatever, for the sake of this conversation, well, guess what happens? When the buyer comes in, they're going to try to get it for 75. And the seller is going to be like, yeah, I'd rather get 100. And then you go back and forth, back and forth. Well, what if you settle in at 85 or 90? Still a good price, whatever, that's fine. And then somebody else, you try to sell it down the road. It's like, wait a minute, I know it sold for $90 last time.
It set the new comp. So the new comp is always revised.
Exactly. And you're sitting there like, yeah. So that's
And
where it gets a
especially
little
if there's
nebulous.
hundreds, like you're talking like, man, that comp can drop fast because guys will just go.
It's a race to the bottom.
Rid of it.
It is a
I just
race to
wanna
the
get
bottom.
Rid of it. So it goes from 100 to 70. The guy goes 70. Well, the last comp was 70. It's like, where are you? 60 now.
Yeah, I want it to 60. Exactly. Yeah.
It might hit a threshold of maybe $40, $50, but even still, you have that many out there. It's a real hard thing to really equate to your comp of what you should pay, and guys will hold out and they'll keep the card for 10 years just at $100 because they just want to get their $100 because that was the last thing that they comped it at. They don't realize that it's a fluctuating marketplace out there. Get the stuff in, get the stuff out. This is the whole thing. It's commerce. Keep it going, keep it moving, and you'll be better off in the end. Trust me, I've been doing it too long. Easy in, easy out. If you sit and hold on everything, you're just going to end up, getting a $3,500 loan. That's it. Really?
Yeah.
Those are the people that need it because they will not give up in their head mentally. Sometimes you lose on stuff. I get it, but it should be, if you're in this business, like you shouldn't really, but I mean, it does happen. And sometimes you just got to get out of things, just like, hey, listen, I'm just going to get out of it. I paid 100. I got 50. I'm fine. I've made hundreds on other things. Take it off of that. But they keep on with every item. I need to get that back from this item. So yeah, you just made a deal where you made like $2,000. Like take that out of there and just throw that in there and say, get rid of it. Gone. $50. Take it. Bye. But people don't know how to give up on that because they don't want to lose on every little thing. But it's a collective. It's not just one piece. It's not just one thing. It's all the things combined. If you make sales in a month, you take some losses, but you take mostly, great prices, you're good. It's an average.
Well, you're talking about, so Bobby, what you're talking about there is the philosophy of, if you are a person who wants to fancy yourself a seller, then you need to be looking at the aggregate. Because sometimes you may lose on an individual item, but you get it out the door, you get some cash back in hand, and in turn, that allows you then to make a better decision on the next purchase. If you make a better decision on the next purchase, well, then who cares? In the grand scheme of things, but you made money on this other one. You lost a couple of bucks on this one, but you made a couple of bucks on this one. that's a
Obviously
wash.
an experience.
That's a
right?
wash. Yeah, that's a wash. But maybe this other item you made tremendous money on. So in the aggregate, you did all right. It's not one item at a time. It's like in the aggregate, the scoreboard needs to be the overall aggregate. How you arrive there is a different conversation.
It is, and I was trying to trade with the guy. He's owed me like $550 for the last, I don't know, 7 months. And he doesn't want to give up anything cheap, and he's very high. Yeah, I should have realized this before that it was $1,200. So he did settle up on a little bit. So now he has something that I really wanted, and he said, "Yeah, you get it." And then he realized when he got it that he goes, I think this is worth $750. I'm going, I got 300 max, like on trade value. Like honestly, I'm giving you 300, but he wants the 500. And I sat there and I went, okay. And he says, I'll throw in an extra puck or something, $50. I said, okay, why don't we do that? You owe me $550. Let's just take that and the puck, and I'll call it a day. Because the margins I have in the stuff that I purchased, like I purchased the stuff for $100, and I'm getting I got about $700 in trade value. So I know I have that flux. So I don't mind losing a little bit, or even $300-400, because I'm still going to be up $200 or $300 anyways. So sometimes you just have to take those deals. And when you deal with some people, it's a little harder than others. So I would just said, I just want to get out of this deal. It's been 7 months. Come on, let's just clean it up, get it gone. And, but he's still trying to sell it, which is bothering me. And then I'm watching it. It's on 750 US on eBay. And then he makes an offer for 500, but he said he could sell it for 1,000 easy. And I'm going, so why does he not know that I'm watching it? And then I got that offer of 500. It's it's like he just wants the cash, and then he wants to redirect me to another tradable or something like that. Because people's perception of what they think they have, they get this rare thing and they think, oh, it's so rare. So I'm giving him already the max value. It's $85 in my book, understanding that it's a rare item. So let's do it 2 times, maybe even 3 times. I'm there. Okay, fine. Let's call it a day and move on. I'm actually giving him 4 times his money, any which way. And and they're still persistent that they want the cash. Because when somebody owes you something on a trade, it's like they're taking cash out of their pocket when they trade you something that they think that is rare or what have you. He just wants you to take that. That's $500. Yeah. But you have a decent item that he kind of somewhat promised you. You sit there and go, well, just trade me. You owe me the money. Like, so we get into a little bit of hobby, I don't know, hobby shit, I guess. It's the people you have to deal with, the things you have to do. And like I said, moving forward, you make a few bucks, move on, enjoy yourself, have fun. Ta-da, we're finished.
Well, I think what you're describing, though, Bobby, is that sometimes, and this is just a general thing, some people get obsessed over dollars, but they're not looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Take care of your business. Like, whenever I'm doing anything, I like to try to keep certain options available on the table. And the best way to do that is to keep your accounts current. That's like a good policy. If you keep your accounts current, guess what? Then your credit's good, your money's good. People will
After
give you
7 months, you lose that sense of
but what I'm getting at, Bobby, is if you do keep your accounts current, if your word is valuable, if your word is your word, and people believe that when you say you're going to do something, you execute, and you do that buys you a lot of credibility. So then a lot of options become available, because then people will be like, yes, you know what? I can do that for you. Sure.
And this person has a bad reputation in that sense.
Yeah. And
my reputation is top tier.
Yeah.
Like, I will sacrifice. I will make sure you get the better deal. They don't know what I buy stuff at, regardless of that, because my margins are really good from what I buy. So they don't really know. But estimating, let's even at a 50% margin rate, they know I'm giving up something good, but they still want to make the upper deal. Hey, yeah, take this. Okay, yeah, I'll throw in that. And then they keep pushing and pushing, and it's just like, come on, guys, just do a deal. This is so simple, this hobby. It's just commerce. It's moving stuff from here to there, and keep it going. Keep it moving. As long as it keeps moving, it'll be a healthy hobby. When it stagnates, I don't know, then everybody runs into the same problem where, they just hurt the hobby in the long end of things. And then they're looking for the sucker or the fish. And there's always the fish out there. But I think the fishes are getting a little bit smarter now. I think we're in a different time. This is
settle down. We're talking hobby getting smarter. Eric, it's getting dangerous. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, hobby getting smarter. Ooh.
I don't believe it.
I push back against
getting smart. I think the guys are getting smarter now. We're not in 2020, 2021 anymore, So I think it has settled down to a reasonable marketplace in card values and what have you. So
right. So Brendan here is talking about PSA inaccuracy and all that. I was reading it and I enjoyed the comment. I laugh though because look, I get the idea, but look, maybe this is my problem, Eric. It's funny because I mentioned earlier that I'm going to go to the fan con.
One day, $40.
Wasting $40, for one day.
Plus
fan con. Well, yeah, basically. Fan con. But anyway, I gave Luke a couple of cards. I don't remember exactly how many. I think it was less than 10. I don't remember. So anyway, I gave him the stack of cards. They're all PC cards. So if they don't get 10s, I'm not really going to care. But maybe this is my problem. Most of the time when I'm submitting cards, I'm not really concerned about it. And here's my thing. I get my share of 10s anyway. But then you'll see somebody like, I stared at it for like 3 days. It's perfect. And I'm like, it's probably not. Like, honestly, half the time I can see the flaw on a video that's been reprocessed with glasses on, and I can still see the problem from space. It's like, no, it's not a 10. Stop it. Like, stop it. But like, whatever. If it makes you feel better, pretend that they have it out for you. Most of the time, PSA doesn't care. They have a lot of latitude for a 10.
Especially
everybody and their brother thinks they have a 10.
And the new cards, especially.
Yeah, the card's torn in half and you think it's a 10. Like, some of the people are like, ridiculous. Like, get out of here.
See, when you're dealing from a vintage edge, you're happy if it got past a 7.
You don't understand, Bobby. The vintage
because
is
it
also
has survived the test of time. Whereas this stuff right out of the packs, like, hey, if I don't get a 10, come on. It's out of the pack. It should be a 10. Well, there's a lot of handling and stuff with, especially a lot of these cards, right? They're specialty cards. So you're not going to get 10s because, it's the way people handle them, the way they have to make them. It's tough. And then all the fancy borders and shiny stuff on the edge cut and like, oh shit, yeah, tough.
It's a tough scene. So I've seen a lot of vintage cards, some 70s hockey, and all I can see is chocolate stick stains.
Yep.
I know where they came from.
Yeah, maybe.
Now they're real Reggie 101s.
I just looked. My friends over at Kojo Sports is the ones that are bringing Nyes in for FanCon.
That probably sounds right. Yeah. They're for the promotion side of it.
Yeah.
For FanCon.
FanCon. I wanted to see who was bringing them in, and it's my friends over at Kojo.
So is it fan like sports fan or is it fan?
Listen, all I know is that you're gonna be dressed up like Sailor Moon or something, and you're gonna just be in heaven over in the Pokemon section. That's all I know.
Oh my god.
Well, Eric, you're missing out because you're gonna love my cosplay. My cosplay is gonna be indifferent asshole. I think I've nailed it.
I think there's a Pikachu name.
Like, I've nailed it. Like, I'm going to be the character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fit more into a Charizard kind of. Well, maybe a Pikachu. Yeah. I could walk around with one of those.
This is method acting. I've committed to this for 40 years.
Be Mario.
He's a Methodist actor. Okay.
I said method, not Methodist.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to give you a little bit of benefit.
Method.
Because a Methodist actor talks.
Methodist might have some problems. I could probably be a Methodist actor. I could fight a Beyblade.
Yeah.
It's like, what is that? This is the Beyblade. Does you mean
There
Bible?
you go.
I said Beyblade.
Yes.
We don't want to get sued by the Pope. Zach here says, just a PSA for anyone looking to set up, price your stuff. I thought we were past this. No, we're not. But I stood around waiting for someone to comp every card I asked about at the table. That's unfortunate. Zach, if I don't see price, I don't even stop. That's fair. 4 or 5
Yeah, those
cards,
ones
hoping
are
to
tough,
get
right?
Yes,
No prices. It's like dangerous.
Yeah.
How can you
Your
remember every card price on your table? Come on.
Yeah. Tyler says, I was dying, Carlos, when you put your fist in the air and said America. I almost fell out of my chair. I didn't even do that today.
No?
Was that like
Was that last
today?
week?
I haven't done it. I definitely did it. I definitely did it the other day,
Oh, okay.
but not today. I on the Monday live. On the Monday live, I told
Would
you.
you like to do it? Would you like to do it today just to get it out of the way?
But now it's been called out. Now I don't want to do it.
Okay.
And then do fight.
Norway!
Yeah,
There
there
you
you
go.
go.
The Dutch.
Settle down, Yannick. I'm
Not
still
the
at war with the
Dutch,
Dutch.
please.
I'm still at war with the Dutch. Norway it is.
Yes.
Deutschland.
Deutschland is respectable. I can appreciate that. Brendan here says it's possible. Jim.
All the Dutch cyclocross fans, I just want you to know that Puck Pieterse did win the national Dutch women's elite cyclocross title last week. So just want to keep everyone updated on
Won
that.
the Dutch women's elite.
Man, I lost sleep
National-
over.
Did Puck compete with herself? There are others.
Yes, there was a large field.
Define a large field.
I don't know. It was probably like 100 riders usually.
And this
Something
was
like
cyclocross? And this was
Cycle-
cyclocross?
cyclocross, Dutch national.
So she
women's
fought the other Dutch women with crosses and like stabbed them with it,
That's
and
not
like
how it
she won.
works. No, that's not how it works.
I know because mine sounds exciting. Yours is trash. Anyway,
Like
Brendan
roller
Ryan
derby.
says. Brendan Ryan is possible for Jetman 10 to become a game dispatcher sticker autos. Less important, but only in the eyes of executives. Sure, why not? The other video. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you can't force it. That's true. You can't force it. You got to feel it. That's right. Cyclocross. That's facts. When's the next live stream for a football game? I'm thinking the Sunday one, man. I got to be honest. Yannick, I don't know. Find some time in your schedule. I think we got to watch some Sunday foosball. We got to watch some Sunday foosball because Bills Baltimore honestly looks like a good game. I feel like that's a good one. That's a good
18:30.
I'm feeling it, Mike. I'm feeling the Baltimore Bills game. And you know what, Yannick? If I've still got it in the closet somewhere, I think I do. I might bring out the Buffalo Bills jersey.
Wow.
Listen, I've been down to a bunch of Bills games. I've been tailgating. Eric, here's the thing. Packers fan, but at the end of the day, I have no ill will towards the Bills. The Sabres possibly. But the Bills, I have zero ill will. Zero ill will towards the Bills Mafia. Bless them. Bless them. I wish them nothing. I wish them nothing but the best. I wish them nothing but the best. But yeah, I've been down a bunch of Bills games. It's fun. It's a good time. I've had some fun. I even went down Eric, once upon a time. I should put somebody through a table. Once upon a time, Eric.
Yeah.
I was even down at a Bills game, taking on the New England Patriots with Thomas, Edward, Patrick, Beavis, Butthead, Brady under center. I was there. I should have sold the ticket because we would have made a lot of money.
You went and saw Baby play?
I did.
I
saw him live in Buffalo.
That's too bad.
Tom Baby.
I saw him at my charity bike ride taking my money.
As he should. But the point is that, no, I harbor no ill will towards the Buffalonians. And what was funny was because I was there, I've got some Buffalo swag, so maybe I'll bring out some of the Buffalo swag. I'd actually got a Buffalo Bills jersey. What was his name? Was it Mike Williams? There was like a defender that Buffalo had, and I picked up a jersey. Now the name escapes me. I have to think about it. But anyway, so Mike, that's my intention. I actually think that's the one. We got to go for it. I think I think we'll go with the Bills Ravens. I think that'll be fun.
I just wanted to show this picture of Puck on her way to winning the Dutch National Cyclocross Championships on last weekend.
Yeah, but where's her cross? Where's the cross that she stabs people with?
No, I can finally sleep.
You know,
so she runs through the mud and then slashes someone with the cross to kill them, right?
No, there's none of that.
Oh, this is trash.
No,
this is garbage. Anyway, I saw where the Ravens win the Super Bowl every 12 years with a quarterback age 28. Yes, I did see that graphic. That's interesting. Let's see if this is true. It's been 12 years and Lamar is 28 years old. Yes. We had the Wacko for Flacco was part of that sequence. Trent Dilfer was 20 years. I can't believe Trent Dilfer was 20 years old that year. That's wild. That actually was a very interesting stat. I was shocked. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. We'll see. So we've got that going for us. Let's see. So we've got that. There's one other thing I think I wanted to touch on. Anything else, by the way? Anything else capture your folks' imagination this week? Like I said, I wanted to make sure. I was crossing my fingers. I was hoping I'd be able to showcase a mail day, but no, I don't. Unfortunately not this week. Looks like it's going to force me until Monday. So we'll see what happens with that one.
I
But
saw
a quick
the headline, and I didn't bring it up earlier because I hadn't done any research behind it. But maybe you have, maybe Yannick has. Bobby,
Okay.
I doubt did because it doesn't interest him really. That I saw a headline that PSA is raising prices and speeding up returns. So have you heard? Do you have any information on that?
So
I've
not from
even
not
in
from
the chat
Brad. So
know
not
about.
from Brad. I will touch on part of it. So yes, they are increasing the rates. I think so. So let me speak as someone who hasn't had the chance to reach out yet about that directly. So I'm not getting this from the source. If I do get it from the source, I will update you folks. So here's what I think: sight unseen from the outside. I'm not surprised because earlier in the week, the Hoge had said that they were backed up a little bit from the holidays. Now, part of it was they had done a couple of specials for the holidays. And also, from Nat Turner's previous utterances, the last little while, it appears that the GameStop thing seems to be working particularly well, surprisingly enough. There seems to be, they were actually surprised how many people decided to take them up on the whole GameStop submission thing. So actually, a bunch of people gave cards through GameStop, which actually ended up putting more cards in the system than they expected. So that's one factor. Another factor is just the specials and people sending in cards. Now, I'm going to throw a third element to this.
Okay.
Since now it's been thrown out there that they're raising prices, they didn't raise prices the same day they announced it. They put a little delay in there. I will wager there will be some folks who will throw some items in last minute to try to get it in under the old rates. So I expect there will be a little bit of a slowdown for a couple of weeks, maybe up to a month, just because the extra volume. Now, the good news for them is that they do have enough people at this point that they should be able to clear through that backlog. It's not like the old backlog. They actually have way more folks in multiple facilities, so they can get through it. But it is going to slow it down. Just more volume is going to slow it down. So one of the ways you can actually put a little bit of air brakes on it to prevent people from overwhelming them is to bump up the price. It's the same thing that happened when SGC got overwhelmed. They guessed wrong and had a big influx, so they jacked up the price basically to put air brakes on it.
What's the
So in reality,
pandemic pricing? Yeah.
Yeah. So basically what they did is they said, "Oh shit, we're getting way too much stuff in too fast." And then right after, put some air brakes on it. Raise the price. That's it.
Everything's getting raised.
It
right
looks like Neo did a video on it, and looks like Jeff did. Geoff, excuse me, did a video
of
on
course.
it. And,
Joff.
yeah, there's a couple of different things. So there's Collect did a thing on it. So there's some more information out there, but I just hadn't had a chance to read about it yet.
I listened to Neo's video. All he did was kind of just recount it. Like he just literally showed what the pricing was, the changes between the different levels. And basically what PSA is saying is like, we'll take the extra money, but at the same time, we're also trying to slow you down a little bit. Don't send in 100 cards, send 70.
What is the price difference between?
On the lowest level, it's like $2.
$2 up?
Yeah.
From 8?
It's not.
How much is it?
It was
15?
like from 16 to 18, something like that.
16 to 18. So you're looking at, yeah, the percentage is small, but even still.
Yeah, it's not. Let's put it this way: it's not wild, but at the same time,
But everything's going up though, and honestly, less money in people's pockets. I'll tell you, it's hurting the hobby.
well, it's a catch-22, right? The a lot of people talk about less money in the hobby, less money in the hobby, less money in the hobby, but at the end of the day, we're still pumping more money in the hobby. So it's like, is it less money? Like I'm not seeing less money; I'm seeing more money. Trying to get the. Because what's the first thing people say? Oh, lower the prices. Cool. So your plan is to lower the prices so that they have to sell more boxes to make the same amount? That doesn't make any sense. You can't have it both ways. We can't increase production and try to get it in on the Walmart model of trying to make money in volume. More volume means everything's worth less. You want it to be worth something, but you also want it to be cheaper. It doesn't work that way. You got to pick. You can either have more volume and everything's worth less, or you can have less volume and the price goes up. because right now, Topps Fanatics, just to give an example, the new WWE Topps Chrome that they're releasing, they actually came out of the blocks on the pre-sale. It was $160 a box. The last Panini Prism, which would be, I guess, the closest equivalent that we could do for Panini, was $200+ a box. Well, it sold out almost instantaneously because, honestly, the price was too low. Fanatics started it off low, quote unquote, so it'd sell out immediately, instantaneously, which means the secondary market on those boxes is going to be higher than $160. It's going to be over $200, which in turn allows them to justify increasing the price later. Because they're going to be like, well, we tried to make the price lower for you, but you guys literally scooped it up as fast as it went out there. Boom, 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 sold instantaneously. Sold out. Well, okay, so next time we're going to make it more. Or we'll keep the price the same and we'll print 5 times as much. One way or the other, they'll make their money. So how do you want to do it?
True enough. A lot of that's gambling too. So there you go.
You got 2 options. So right now, I think what's going to happen with that one, it's just an example of the same idea. It's done the same thing in sports. Same idea. It's just if they start off low and it sells out immediately, the scalpers buy it or breakers buy it or all those ones buy it. And then everybody's like, oh man, but I can't buy it at that price. Well, you had to win the lottery, basically. You had to go in and win the lottery in order to get it at that price point. At that price point, it's a good price for that product. But then the secondary market will suddenly go higher and you'll be like, but it was $160. It's not $160 anymore. It's sold out. You can't get that price anymore. That's how it works.
I guess I preface that, I guess the hobby is spending less, whereas the industry is spending more, probably. I think a lot of it's gambling. That takes off more than it has ever before. And I think that's where we're at in that differential.
Well, I think here, so let me pose this question for you.
Sure.
I'll read Hobby Champ's comment, but then I want to pose a question. Let me pose a question, actually. Hobby Champ says, they're going to lower price when Trump is inaugurated? It doubles. It doubles. Because the economy is going to triple, so everybody's going to have more money.
Really?
Eric is going to have so much money, he's literally going to be stuffed. He's literally going to be like, oh my God, I can't even find my lemonades for all the money I have.
When is that happening?
For all the money I have. Oh my God.
As soon as
chocolate sticks are going to be $5,000 a stick.
Right.
It's going to be wild.
So the afternoon of the 20th, because he's going to get sworn in. So by the afternoon of the 20th, we should have already taken over Canada, drained all your oil resources.
Eric,
and
that was Mexico.
That money,
Eric,
all
that
the
was
American
Mexico.
people. So I would say.
Okay, so real quick, I'm going to help Eric out because he can't read a map. So Bobby, by the time the inauguration is done, they will declare they invaded Canada, but it will actually be Puerto Rico. That's already a territory of the United States, but they can't read the map.
Yeah.
And then we'll be sitting there drinking our beer going, fuck, those guys are stupid.
Man,
They don't even know how to read a compass. It's weird. North, not south. Idiots. Oh my God. Well, the good news is,
where's
turn
that
the
Canada's
map
not for
upside
sale?
down.
well, remember, these are the same people who can't do the one touches right side up.
That's right.
So they can't do the one touches right side up. So they're gonna have the compass
They're
upside
going to
down.
Puerto Rico. Yeah.
No
Yeah, so
army of it.
The
So
map
they're
is-
gonna invade Canada, and Canada will speak in Espanol,
Mhm.
and that's all they will encounter.
Yes,
I
they
thought
will.
people spoke French here. That's weird. It's all Spanish.
Mhm.
It's weird.
No
Huh.
habla French.
No habla francés. No.
Français,
No.
no.
No. Marcel, Senor Marcel, is not going to be there. It's going to be tragic. It's going to be awful.
Mhm.
Awful. So, no. So, Hobby Champs, no. Prices will actually 10x. Fanatics will get its 10x by increasing the price by 10x.
Mhm.
Yes. So, chocolate sticks will be $150 a stick.
I will pay it.
Chrome will be at least $5,000 a box.
Yeah.
Minimum to
There you
start. To start. And unfortunately, it is my displeasure to tell you that Will Greer cards will stay the same price.
Probably. If
That's
not,
how you
go
know
down.
inflation is taking over. That's
Yeah,
no,
probably.
no. They'll stay the same price. That's how you know inflation is taking over.
Oh, okay.
It's wild.
Just to equalize it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, the good news is you will invade Puerto Rico. It'll be fantastic. There will be the mission accomplished banner will be brought back out of the mothballs. It's going to
Excellent.
be very exciting. It's going to be a big one.
That went over really well the last time.
And all the people are going to be like, why do they speak Spanish here? I didn't realize they spoke Spanish in Canada. I thought it was just Carlos. And I will laugh. A hearty laugh. Kind of like that.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
That's the next 6 months. Enjoy. Eric, I have to DM you. You can go off on what America's going to do when Trump gets president. He's going to get president? What?
That's what happens.
I thought he was going to become president. He's going to get president.
You just get it.
Whoa.
Get it?
Whoa.
It's like you're catching a cold. Get it?
Yeah. You get president. You need strong antibiotics to get out of that.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go for tonight.
Where are you
Sounds
going?
good, Yannick. Be sure to keep an eye on the traffic there beside the window, and we will talk later.
Jumping off right there. Take it easy, guys.
Later,
Have a
buddy.
good one.
Thanks for having me.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So now you know.
Now we know.
And with the emojis, it's important. The emojis are key. So yes. What I was going to say was that I think it'll be interesting for me to see. The WWE is going to be the first one because now Fanatics is getting the WWE license. This is the first product that's coming out. And I think, I believe that based on where we're at, I think that Upper Deck should be able to beat them because it's sounding to me like Allure will come out next week. If it does, that would be good for them, by the way. More information on the wrestling channel. I believe that Upper Deck's only shot of making this product work. By the way, the last Allure is my personal favorite product that Upper Deck has released with that license. I actually think it's the best product. I have ranked it as the best product. And I think the next one should be pretty good in that same vein. I want them to do well. So the best way for them to do well is to get it out the door next week. I don't care if Billy has to personally push the cases across the border. Get it out the door. You do not want to compete with WWE Chrome. WWE Chrome will probably come out the week after. If you get it out next week, you at least have a week where you're the product. The following week, Fanatics is going to get all the publicity because that product is going to have the Rock autographs and all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be able to compete with that. You need to be 1 week ahead of them. That's your only shot of getting a little window of at least having it to yourself. You can't be the same week as Chrome. It's not going to work.
But
So, Billy, get pushing. You
Yes.
push those cases out the door personally if you have to.
It's too bad that they're so close, and not 6 months apart because
It would have been nice if there had been more of a gap, yes.
because if you're a fan of one and not the other, you'll sit on the first one, and say, nah, I'm gonna wait for the next one, whatever order, or you're gonna
It could
put all your
tank
money
one of the
into
products, eh?
first one and have nothing left for the second one.
Bobby, between the two, so just speaking truthfully, as a person who's more of a fan of AEW than WWE, that makes me the minority. So realistically, if you're talking about business, if you're talking about card shops, if you're talking about a lot of the collectors, even wrestling card collectors, Chrome has more possibilities. Chrome has more because the W product, having Rock autographs, although they will be tough to pull, but you can also pull Stone Cold Steve Austin autographs, Undertaker autographs. Like there's a bunch of good names that are there that AEW simply doesn't have. So having the two side by side, Allure is going to suffer by comparison.
It will, yeah.
Allure should have been out last year. If Allure had been out last year, it would have had some time to itself.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been ahead by a couple of months or a couple of weeks at least. Being this close proximity is only going to hurt Allure. So I can look at this at both sides. Upside and downside. Here's the upside. If you sit and wait, there's a good chance Allure will go on discount pretty quick as a result of that. So the good news is, if you're a collector and you want to save some money, well, patience may be a virtue here. The downside is, if you're upper deck and you want to see good sales figures early, that's going to hurt, because the very next week you're going to get Chrome. And again, you got the Rock, and you got all this other stuff going for it. Fanatics will throw out the full court press to promote the hell out of that product.
Guaranteed.
So you'll get it's like releasing an album and then having a monster album come out the following week.
Yeah.
You have this much time to try to sell as much as you can before this other album absolutely consumes all the air in the space.
And I've always said that about movies too. You know, sometimes the Oscars awards a movie that was not in the right competition, so it actually won an Oscar, but it wasn't really a good movie, kind of thing, you know. So this is kind of almost the same thing. You're going to buy something that really is subpar to what really is out there, I guess. Like, you know, I've seen a lot of movies, like the competition for movies last year was horrible. There was nothing, but somebody still won Oscars for everything.
Sure.
So it always depends on the different, who's the rookie, who's the, you know, the big wrestlers, or what product is going to dominate. So it's a floating market for sure. Very interesting.
Yeah. I go into a lot of detail on that other channel, which is funny. So I'll give you guys a little background that might be interesting to you. Hobby Champ says, I was told prices would be great again. You were lied to. Unfortunately, only Eric's like button can offer that kind of security. Everything else is a lie. Average Joe Car Collector says, sometimes you got to grab the one thing and end up leaving with both. Maybe. We'll see. Well, so anyway, what I was going to say was, on that other channel, it's kind of funny. It's kind of enjoyable to watch the phenomenon. One of the things that has been most enjoyable for me is because this channel is already established. I've already made a ton of videos, live streams, a lot of things that I've already built into it. It is what it is. For good, bad, or indifferent, people who like it. Eric is trash. Ignore him.
Yes.
The point is that it is what it is. On that other channel, I get to have a little bit of fun and play around with a fraction of the audience. But here's what's funny. Depending on the topic, I can make a video here that'll do pretty well. But a lot of the sports card space has cooled down and kind of slowed down a little bit, unless you want to be really clickbaity. If you want to be clickbaity and go for it, then it'll do fine. It'll still do very well. We just haven't had the kind of right story that hits that resonance. Okay. So here's the difference though. I made a video where I did the break for that Black Diamond product. AEW is the #2 promotion in wrestling. It is much less popular. It's got a lot more haters to it because they've screwed up a lot of things. But I opened that box of Black Diamond, and that video has 1,500 views.
Bad news.
I make a video on talking about the current market, the current situation with it, certain elements of it. It doesn't get a lot of views. I make another video talking about the checklist for Allure. It gets a decent amount of views. And this is for a channel that has 200 subscribers.
Yeah.
This channel has many more subscribers. And unless I'm talking about something more scandalous, it's still very modest in terms of view. I can get more views talking about the AEW Allure checklist half the time.
Yeah.
Than I can for a lot of sports card topics, because a lot of this audience is very tired, unless I want to talk about 1957 Topps baseball.
Yeah.
If I pick a random vintage baseball set, I could probably get more views if I did that. I probably could, honestly. That's okay. I could do that, but I'm not interested in making that video. But I could. The reality of it is that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the point is, that's the difference between the different niches. What's funny to me is watching the video I made where I was explaining where the problems were going to come. And I literally made a video where I cited an LCS. They took Upper Deck to task for the way they've treated the AEW license.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't had a lot of traction. But I promise you, if I did a video talking about WWE Topps Chrome, it would do very well.
Yeah.
It's just what people are looking for.
The algorithm too, you know, and I find that
totally
people are looking at obviously videos a lot less. A lot of them have kind of summed up and washed away. And I don't think anybody's watching Jeff Wilson anymore, is he? Are they? He doesn't even come up anymore. I don't even see him anymore.
I think his videos still do all right. I'll confirm. I'll get real information. We'll do a little scholarship here, so I will find out.
Let's get the actuals.
Yeah, we'll get some info.
But I don't think clicks are really one thing. I think it's the watch time that really matters. Clicks are nothing compared to watch time, and I think that's the big difference that nobody can really see, right? Because how much?
So right
time
now,
is really...
so watch time is one we can't see.
You can do it from behind the door, but that's just for your own channel. But we can't see that on other people. So
exactly,
if you got clickbait, then you're going to get clickbait hits, and it makes you look more popular, and maybe gets you better views through the algorithm or what have you. So I can see that being a factor. But how many people are really, really watching most of the channel or most of the views? If it's 15 minutes, are they watching 10 minutes of the 15 minutes? Are they watching 1 minute and going, "Oh, that's a bullshit"? Okay,
that's a valid question. So the thing is, I don't know the answer to that. I know that the last video he did.
I think we both don't. But
here's
I think more people are just clicking because of clickbait, right? Let's see what's
Bobby,
going on. He's talking about that. Okay.
Here's the problem, though, Bobby. It's consistent enough that I will wager. Remember, we've talked about hate watching.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
There's an entire audience that hate watches, and they will sit there and watch the whole thing because they want to get every single time he says something stupid.
Yes.
So right now, looking at it, but the thing is that also increases watch time because that means they're actually listening.
Sure.
So right here, like the last video here is this past day, 20,000 views, 19,000 views, 38,000 views, 41,000 views, 26,000 views, 30,000 views, 16,000 views. Those are still very respectable numbers. And in this space, they're monstrous numbers.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, they're very strong numbers. So, and I won't deny that. I think that's a valid point. Kind of playing into what I'm talking about.
But are they the sheep?
Yes, but the thing is, the sheep are consistent. the sheep
follow the herd, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if we're talking about clicks and views and watch time, like those count. They count as part of this discussion.
Count to what though, is really the question. Does it count to what?
Attention and eyeballs. That's the thing. Like, if the currency is attention, it's not a financial thing because sports card investor doesn't make money. He's got way too good production
value. He doesn't care anyway. So
yeah, it's not a money maker. That isn't the point.
But it is for a lot of guys.
Yeah, but for that specific channel, he doesn't care. He's spending too much money on production for that. If he was producing it with the cheapest webcam and spending no money on editing and whatever, then fine. But as it is with the production they've got going on,
his production is good. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't want that ever.
But that means it's a money. That means the channel's a money loser. Those views are not anywhere near close enough to make that profitable.
No,
it's a loss leader to draw towards the market movers and the promotion.
No,
yes, yeah. So it's a loss leader to draw you to the subscription to market movers and also to the different promotions he's got going on, the different sponsors. Yep. They're the ones who are paying for it. Otherwise, it would be hemorrhaging money left, right, and center. But I just find it interesting that when I do the other channel to me, in a lot of ways, is a very pure version because this channel, I've talked about it before. This channel started off life with a different kind of videos.
Oh yeah,
reviews and all that other stuff. Yeah. So a lot of times the numbers are skewed for me. That other channel though
a lot of
is relative
back then too when you first started. So
there was, but I think the other channel in a lot of ways because it's a different channel, it's pure. So when I'm looking at the numbers, I'm looking at the views from video to video. I'm actually getting a better sense of what people are clicking on because I don't have old viral videos that still draw views.
The watch time opposed to the views?
I watch all of it. Yeah, I check all of it.
I'm just saying. So what's your synopsis of that?
I think it's actually very good depending on the type of video. I do more box breaks on that one. So I think that is an element. I think there is an interest. What's funny is even though it's the quote unquote secondary brand,
yes,
I think there is an audience that is interested still in the box breaks.
Well, I think you deal more to the sheep than you do of the collector here, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's both because they're
Well,
folks
I
that,
meant, you know what I meant.
but there are also folks that will watch it because they're curious about what the product entails.
Sure.
They may be interested in buying a box, but they would like to see some breaks to get an idea of like, hey, what could I pull? What does a break look like if I open said box? So I understand it. The last one I did, the Black Diamond one, in November, it has 1,500 views.
That's good. That's
Pretty
really
strong.
good.
Pretty good. Pretty good. My conversation with Tim Salmon Collector, where we're talking about collecting and everything, has 142 views.
Yeah.
So when you're talking to a collector about the actual collecting thing, that's different. But if you talk about issues with the product, 400 views. If I talk about the checklist, 250 views, and that was 3 days ago. So that's actually pretty good. So you can see the difference. And then I did a thoughts on the video I did where I quoted the LCS owner who was giving Upper Deck the gears on the way the license has been treated. That one is still relatively small amount of views. Watch time on it is decent for the relatively small amount of views. I think a lot of people don't want to look at it because it's ugly. They don't want to see the ugliness.
Oh no.
Because it's critical. It's a lot more critique. But I hear crickets. Crickets.
Something that's interesting. You know, my first video with the Gong Show, I think it's at 2.1 or 2K views. Second part, not as well advertised, I don't believe. 1.2K.
Yep.
Funny part is on Instagram, the video they did on the Blueprint Gretzky, whatever, 15,600 views. I went, what? I have a snapshot of it, and I went, 15,000. What? Wow, that's crazy. But I think that's in the scroll part. You know, people are scrolling, they look at the video, that counts as a click. Or
it does, actually.
A view.
Yeah, if you scroll
even
through
though you
and
scroll
the video
by
plays,
it,
it
you
counts.
stop for 1 second, it's there, right? So I think there's a lot of that. But it's interesting how things balance out and how well you market. Now, part 3. See, because I went from 2.2K to 1.2K, now the third is there's no rush because it's dropped. But I think the watch time is higher on the second one than there is even on the first one. More clicks, but I think there's more watch time on the second one because the video is there and a lot of other things are in there. So it's very deceiving as what we see or perceive as how popular something really is. The watch time is really, I think, the crucial point. I don't think it's the clicks because I think everybody clicks on everything. Have a quick look. Oh, okay, they're talking about this. Got gone. How many people do that? You guys, how many times do you click on something and you go, oh, fuck, okay, whatever. Yeah, it was all bullshit. You just click away. And that's me doing 10 times a day. Click, watch a minute, gone. Because you know what's happening. And I think that's a big part of it. I don't think we see the true value in the watch time. And I think that really needs to be kind of almost there. But that doesn't really mean anything because we're putting the views on a pedestal, which really doesn't really mean anything. I think the pedestal is really the watch time of how many people are engaged, because it's really about engagement. It's not about clicking. Clicks are clicks. Engagement is totally different. People who are on this show, they're engaged 4 hours. A lot of people engaged, and they comment, and we respond, and that's good. You know,
well, it's hard to stare at Eric for 4 hours.
It is. I
It's
know,
tough.
but I'm just saying.
I'm not enjoying it. I can see myself now that we're back to the old platform. So I have to look at myself for 4 hours, and I don't like it.
You see the troubling times that we have? You see how tough it is?
Yeah.
Hit the like. Eric will pay.
No, you shouldn't hit the like. There's
Do it for
like.
I still think the internet sort of in this podcast sense is still in its infancy because we went through the pandemic, we went through that rise, coming back down. We're going to find level in the next year or two and see where things are. I think it needs some time, and then we'll really see how things go. It has to go through the ups and downs, and then we hit that whatever the market is and what people are looking at. And I find a lot of people looking at a lot less, and I am looking at less, and I know you are looking at less. We were like doing news, like there's 20 things to talk about. Now there's
a lot of it a lot of it is more straightforward to get through. There isn't a lot. So let me kind of, since we're talking about it. And by the way, folks in the chat, if there's anything you want to touch on, let us know and we can kind of go into that a little bit. But since we're going down this path, we can for a couple minutes here. Okay. Let me explain something here. Let me use an example because I love using examples. They're my favorite thing in the world.
Examples?
Okay. Oh, we got lots of examples. I
thought it was a lure. Anyways.
We'll get there. Allure next week, probably.
Maybe.
By the way, if Allure does release next week, I'll open a couple of boxes on the channel. We'll see how it goes.
So then we can short Allure after that. If they come out at the same time, we'll short them. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be wild. If they come out at the same time, they're screwed. It's gonna be. My boxes are probably gonna be 3/4 of the inventory available.
Yeah,
it's gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah, you'll get a good deal. Don't worry.
All right. So here's the deal. All right. Mangini collection. We love good old Mangini. Okay.
Never watch him.
Yeah, it's okay.
I know who he is.
Yeah, you're not missing much. So anyway, and I know some of the vintage folks are gonna get mad at me because they love Mangini, but I watch some of the videos and sometimes he complains about stuff just for the sake of complaining. He has great cards. So here's the qualifier, Eric, for the people just to appease them. He has amazing cards. He's got a great collection. He's very knowledgeable on a lot of stuff, blah, blah, blah. He also bitches and moans about a lot of stuff too.
Yep.
Okay. So anyway, here's the deal. This one was the one that I caught the other day. Should vintage collectors go F themselves? That's the title.
That's nice.
Should vintage collectors go F themselves? If they're Eric, the answer is yes.
Vintage.
Just
okay.
spoiler. The answer, if it's Eric, the answer is yes. Just 100% yes. No questions asked. No doubt. Okay. So I want to make a point here. Okay. So this is the video in question. So
Pay again, guys.
this video is just shy of 2,000 views in 3 days.
Is he related to Yannick?
No. They both are sleeveless, yes, but no, he's not related to Yannick as far as
Yeah. One's
Focus,
money, the other one's cheap.
Maybe he's
Focus,
related.
man.
I don't know.
Focus,
right.
Eric, focus. All right. So anyway, so the point of this video, I didn't have a problem with the premise of this video.
Sure.
Let me explain what the premise is. Apparently, I don't know exactly who the original video was because I think they deleted it or whatever. I want to say it was JD Sports Cards, who I think is buddy with Retro Hoops Collectibles, I think. Question mark?
Deleted it. What do you mean?
So they had a video where they were complaining about something. And I'll get to what it was specifically. But this is a response video to that.
Oh,
the original video though is no longer there. So that's the problem. Okay?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I can't find the original video. I would like to see the original video to get the full context. So I only get his reaction to the context. So work with me on this. So anyway, bottom line. So the problem,
the basics. So
yeah, I would, like I said, I would love to have seen the original to get the full context because then we could really judge it properly. So anyway, whatever. At some point during the video, he basically said, for whatever reason, to tell vintage collectors to go F themselves. I believe the technical term is to go fuck yourselves. I believe that is the technical term.
Oh, it's after 10.
We don't have that problem here. I'm just saying we don't have that issue. No. So anyway, so yeah, apparently whatever. So here's the thing, Eric. That is an incendiary comment. I like to poke fun, but I'm also a vintage collector, and I don't care if someone tells somebody to go fuck themselves because I don't care. I don't care at all. A lot of people say a lot of stuff on the internet, and I don't give a shit. So whatever. But Mangini. So here's a question for you. I give you two options. I allow you to choose your own adventure.
Okay.
Option A. This video is a sincere response, and it hurt his feelings.
Yes.
Or option B.
No,
it was a good option to be able to then clickbait, rage bait, and get views to complain about it.
Both.
Is it a sincere rebuttal to something that hurt his feelings? Or is it something where it's an opportunity? Wait a minute, I can respond to this in video form and get a bunch of views for it.
I think it's A and then B.
Could be.
I think it initially hurt him, and then the response was, hey, I could do a good video on this.
Yeah. And by the way, the video obviously has done well. And I'll show you, by comparison's sake, in a second, what it looks like. So anyway, my point is that JD Sports Cards, but yet it came down shortly after. That's what I thought. Thank you, Paul. I mean, go screw is used in polite company. Exactly. Fair enough. So anyway, bottom line, he made this video, 5 minutes, very succinct to the point, fine. And basically he was complaining about it from the perspective of, how, and then he was making a bunch of horrific analogies. The point is
Really?
that the analogies were basically, it was arguing that because these players played before you were born, whatever, there's no reason to care about them. There's no reason to care about vintage, blah, 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 which is a bad argument. So let me make this clear. It's a bad argument.
It is.
And he's responding to a bad
history, right?
Yeah, but he's responding to a bad argument. But then his response to a bad argument was to say, well, if, that doesn't matter, then we shouldn't celebrate Martin Luther King Day because he was before we were born. So that doesn't matter.
Whoa.
So he basically goes and takes it too far to make a horrific analogy. Here's the thing. You can
That's
respect
extreme.
history and you still don't need the damn cards. Vintage collectors. It has nothing to do with history.
You need the new cards either, too. Doesn't matter.
You don't need new cards or old card, Bobby. My point is that it doesn't
Nobody
matter.
needs
If you
them.
want. Yeah, if you want to collect new cards, great,
Yes.
collect those. If you want to collect old cards, great, collect those.
Yes.
If you want to collect both, then by all means, have
Need
at
is
it.
not a question.
Yeah, need is not required. So the argument that, well, because something happened before we were born, then we don't, President's Day and this thing and that thing, and I'm sitting there
Christmas.
like, this is
Because
a garbage
AMG
analogy.
died before we were born, so I
Yeah,
never
this is a
have to
gar-
celebrate Christmas
There's
again.
no more Christmas.
No more.
The
Christmas.
argument was so bad that I almost agree with the person he's complaining about just on principle.
Without seeing it, yeah.
Because that's how bad your argument is. Your argument is shit.
Yeah.
But the good news is it's good clickbait. It works, and people want to agree with you sight unseen because they're like, good point. No, it's not a good point. It was a terrible point. It was actually, it was a very easy argument to win, and you still managed to make it. So, I'm inclined to agree with the other guy just because your argument sucks.
Yeah. Well, you
But
can
sure.
really defend something. I don't try to.
You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard.
He is, yeah, I guess so.
But the point is,
But he's
that
probably
the
run out of
original-
things to say, and he's
the
run out of
original
cards to show.
the original statement was a bad argument, and then your response was a bad argument. So now you can decide which argument is worse. That's up to you. But the point is this: it was a good clickbait title. It got almost 2,000 views. The next video got 600 views. The one after that, less than 500 views.
Wow.
The one after that did a little bit better because we're talking about, grading and all that. Great. Nunchucks, 400 views. Showing my wife a new card at happy hour, 1K views. Caught red-handed, 700 views. 600 views for Bruce Lee and nunchucks. So it jumps up and down. You got a more contentious argument, a more contentious point, you'll get more views. He does well. Like, the views here are solid across the board. They're solid. But there's an outlier here that did better because obviously it was a more incendiary topic.
Controversial.
But it was an
right?
incendiary topic where you were it's almost like you were looking for something to argue about.
Yeah. But it
And that's what it
obviously
was.
worked in a click sense.
It did.
So that just
but
tells us, what does that tell us about the hobby at that point?
It really does tell us that we're looking for reasons to complain. We're looking for reasons to whine about it. We're looking for reasons to agree about our echo chamber.
Yes.
Again, I'll go back to my original thing. Sight unseen, the original video that brought it all about, just on paper, telling vintage collectors to go fuck themselves. Unless it's Eric, I don't think that's unnecessary.
Well,
that's harsh.
yeah.
If it's Eric, then it's justified. But everybody else, that's a little harsh.
It is.
But who cares? In the grand scheme of
Everybody
things, who
does
cares?
things for clicks. Look at all the fake videos that are out there for clicks. It's just, we're at that point. We're just way too far gone.
But you don't
The
understand,
hobby
Bobby.
is the hobby. It'll always be there. Vintage, modern. It's always going to be there. Enjoy what you enjoy. You want to click on that and watch it because you're looking for some controversy. Educate yourself. You'll make a lot more money educating yourself, or save yourself a lot more money if you just educate yourself. You can look at the clickbait and stay with the negativity or even the positivity of some of them. Good for you. It's not going to get anybody anywhere. It's actually it's counterproductive watching negative videos. It doesn't really do anything for you. It just makes you agree with whatever. Oh yeah, the grading fees are way too expensive now. They went up to $2. That's like 10%. Like, come on. Like, what's going on? Like,
it's life changing, Bobby.
Whatever.
The
so
point is,
we get to rule number 1 and rule number 2, and we can put number 3 in there too. It's just like, enjoy.
The important
thing.
We got to remember though.
What?
Mangini is a YouTube Sports Car Hall of Famer.
He is. I
So like that's
Genie, because he does explain his cards. He explains where they're from.
he does.
He gets into detail.
Bobby,
and
that's why I had to give the preamble so that no one complains. Bobby, I don't want to get letters. Now,
No.
mind you, if you got any complaints, if you have any complaints about anything I just said in the last segment, Sanderson to Orr on Instagram, send him all your hate, all your complaints. He will
No.
personally sort through them and deal with them in appropriate and give you the appropriate response in
No.
short order.
No.
Go right there. Go there. That's why I had to give that whole preamble. He's got great cards. He's got some good information. He talks about the cards. He talks about the information. Great stuff. He looks for shit to complain about and then makes videos about it, which in principle, I don't have an issue with, except then I'm back to asking the question. So is it a sincere rebuttal on this egregious thing that has been said? Oh my God.
Does
Or
it even
is it
matter
like,
if it's sincere?
or is it clickbait bullshit?
Or is it just entertainment? Remember, we go to movies. We don't have to go to movies anymore because we can go to the internet. There's a whole bunch of small movies out there to enjoy. Entertainment has become cheapened
to
that degree.
I guess it depends on your interpretation. So my thing is, when I saw that, I was sitting there like, I literally watched, it was a 5-minute video. I sat there and watched it. And the whole time I was sitting there, I was rolling my eyes. I was like, here's the thing. The first guy, it was a dumb comment, but at the end of the day, who cares?
You know, and I think you're right, Carlos. The echo chambers that people enjoy, you know, being in, you know, that group among themselves is stronger than the individual collector, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, as long as you're complaining with people, I have guys who call me, talk to me, ask me questions and stuff like that, and I just respond as like, why do you even worry about that? Okay, yeah, he took you on that trade. Well, you took everybody else on the other one. So, like, who cares? Like, just keep going forward. When people look too far into the past, it's just keep going forward. Be honest, be truthful, you know, do good business, and you'll have a great time in the hobby. And the hobby is really meant, be it new or old, doesn't matter what you're collecting. It's really about the salvation of yourself as a reward of either your past or present going forward, that you enjoy something beyond drinking or partying or going out and eating. Everybody does their own thing. So enjoy the hobby. Have fun.
Oh, I will. So anyway, so that's kind of what made me chuckle when I was looking at it. I was like sitting there like, come on, man. And again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. At the end of the day, even that, I don't mind it, but I'm also like, I have to decide, like, if you're sincere, good Lord, we have thin skin. Or you're not sincere, in which case, you know, it's kind of conniving. I kind of like it. You know, if it's going to be conniving, I kind of appreciate that. I kind of like, you know, you know,
it's entertainment, regardless.
You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You know, what? Hey, listen, I would respect it more if you're full of shit.
Yeah.
I would actually respect it more. I would. So, whatever.
I don't think
but
he's
it
full of
works
shit because he is a vintage collector and he really
no,
wants
but I'm talking about Bobby. I'm talking about the outrage over some rando making an offhand comment. Like, in the grand scheme of things, if some random person, look, we always joke about it, but if some random person at the expo is like, "Oh my God, who would collect these stupid trinkets?" You might be inclined to correct. Are you really going to spend a bunch of time trying to correct them or trying to be like yelling at them or something about it? Like, is it worth your time?
Yes.
Is it worth your time?
Information sells, and if you can educate somebody, that's fine. You can't get anybody into anything like new cards.
No, I get it, but is it worth your time to worry about one specific individual?
No, the funny part is they always say that, you know, out of 10 people, like you impress 9 of them, but you want that 10th for some reason, and you actually go out of your way to try to impress them or try to convince them.
That is the truth,
and that's a waste of your time.
It is,
but people waste their time a lot. So
they do, because
they want full, complete, you know, utter respect for everything that
which is impossible.
I think that's Mangione in a
which is impossible.
Really is he enjoys what he does. He actually defines every issue. He goes through what he has and he explains the whole issue behind it. It's not like I have this card and I move on to the next card that's rare and graded, whatever. he tells you a little bit about the history of the card, and I really appreciate that. I think more than anything else. And same thing goes with new cards. They tell you about, oh, there's only so many of this in the set. Oh, this is there's only so many parallels, so this is actually a really good hit if you get this, or you try to pursue that. That information is really key, but nobody's really into so much information. They're more into the controversy thereof, right? And
but the thing is
that's the way the internet goes. Like, the internet really has nothing to do with the hobby in the grand scheme of things. Honestly, if you're just out there there's guys out there who don't even watch the internet, don't know nothing about our show, anybody's show. You're on the internet? Yeah, dude, check me out. I got a lot of videos out there too. It's like, they don't even know. Everybody's oblivious at a certain point, and they're just out there just trying to, collect their cards, have some fun, and enjoy their life away from their regular life of, maybe having kids, or maybe having grandkids, or maybe having whatever. It's just like, it's an escape thing. And I think we enjoy the escape. And this is our escape too, is the videos on top of that. But not everybody's into the same things. And you can obviously tell by the videos. If you think of how many people are really out there in the grand scheme of the hobby, how many people are really watching the videos? What does the internet actually entail compared to the hobby basic collectors? What is the ratio difference between the two, or combined?
It's a fraction of a fraction. We've talked about this before. That's the reason why every time there's a constant debate about a certain specific topic, I'm always like, you do realize that the mass populace isn't going to catch wind of this. It's not coming up in conversation. So it's not like a big deal to them. We can talk about it as much as you want, but it's not going to resonate to the mass populace. Zach here says, love when someone openly complains about something being produced. Not everything's made for you, which is true. That is correct. So like I said, the reason why I use that example,
you're talking again.
That's
so we have the echo chamber of YouTube and online stuff, and then we have the echo chamber of the shows, and then we have the echo chamber of whatever else. So everyone's in their own little place. And I try to stay in a little bit of everything, so I understand what's going on out there, following trends, seeing what's going on, what's happening, internet, eBay, marketplace, whatever. There's a lot of difference between what's going on out there. So I'm just trying to cover all the bases. So I'm a little bit everywhere, and I'm the older one too on top of that. And if you don't stay young, you get old pretty fast. And I see a lot.
Listen, Eric can speak to that. Eric is aging rapidly as we talk.
He's 50. You're 58 now.
Yeah, I was 50 when I sat down. I'm 58 now.
No, I figured. Yeah,
that sounds about right. Minimum. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I like using the example. It's always kind of fun for me to have a little bit of fun with it, because I can sit there and listen to it. And like, I'm being serious when I said I listened to it. You took a winning argument. You didn't have to do much to win the argument here, because the original statement was stupid. It was dumb. But then as you kept talking, I'm like, the other guy is starting to sound more sound than whatever it is you're saying. The more you talk, actually, you might want to just shut up. Just stop at the beginning. Like, be quiet, because the more you talk, the more I'm kind of agreeing with the other guy, sight unseen. Like, I can't even see the other video, and I'm actually starting to agree with the other guy.
I don't even know what I'm agreeing with, but I'm agreeing.
It's like, I don't know what to agree with it, but if you're the counter, you know what? I'm starting to agree with the other guy. Whatever it is, I'm starting to think he's right.
Well, I do hear a lot of this, and this is a different take on something else. I do see a lot of people who talk about modern cards and what have you, and they say, at that point, I might as well collect vintage. And I always go, well, why do you say that? Why are you talking about vintage? Like, vintage is the security, whereas the modern is the random whatever, maybe I'll hit this, or this card's going up, or, whatever. So the vintage is always the reference point of going back to, hey, listen, like, you got your cards. How much did you pay for your 53 set? Comparatively speaking, today, how much could you get out of it? Or even tomorrow? Twice as much?
I think what you're
two times,
hitting
3 times.
There'd be a multiplier. To kind of play into your point though, and so maybe I'll phrase it this way, because maybe this might be helpful.
Okay.
I collect in both worlds. I collect vintage,
understand,
and I collect modern, so I have an understanding of both sides on this. And here's what I offer: vintage is stable. It's got a bedrock to it. You can figure out, once you understand the rules of engagement, once you understand certain parameters, you can work within that space very well. And you can educate yourself more. The more you educate yourself, the better.
The better
You know,
you
the
are,
more
yeah.
you know, the better. Yeah, always. But in that specific venue, if you become a specialist in certain things, you're going to really understand exactly the nuances. You're going to know all the little nooks and crannies. You're going to really understand it. And it's there for you if that's what you want to pursue. And there's nothing wrong with that. Zero wrong with that. There's certain specific things that interest me. What I like about modern is that there is a dynamic to it. It's in motion. It's in flux.
Yes.
53 Bowman color is 53 Bowman color. It will be 53 Bowman color next year. It'll be 53 Bowman color 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's still the same. It hasn't changed fundamentally. And the same thing for 52 Topps baseball. It's the same as it was 5 years ago. Nothing has changed. Mickey Mantle is
Except
still card
prices.
number 311. Like, it is what it is. Prices, I understand, but that's a market thing. But I'm talking about the cards themselves.
Yep.
They are what they are. They will be the same thing in 5 years or 10 years or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It's the same thing. It's static. Now, that's fine. In a way, that's helpful because you can anchor yourself to it. You can pursue that project and build that set or whatever you want to do.
It keeps you busy. Sure.
It does. But I think there's an element to it. If that's what you want, and that's what you want, that stability, you want that understanding that, hey,
I think you
can
need
buy
both,
these.
like you're doing. I think it's important that people do.
I think
both.
to
Well,
me, it's
maybe not
enjoyable to
important
have
that they
both
do
aspects.
but at least you have that stability that's sitting there anchored.
Yeah.
And then you have that freelance flux going forward. You know,
Yeah.
you got that one-of-one card, you know, you're buying, you're selling, you're doing a little bit of everything. And that's kind of fun. But that stability is there with your Medano collection, possibly. But your 53s and your 61s, I think, hockey. Is it 61?
So 60, that set's done, but the 63
Yeah.
Fleer is the baseball one.
But it's there. It's there,
Yeah.
and it's there. And you're not going to lose any money on it.
No. But my bigger
But you
point,
won't make leaps and bounds. But
no, you won't.
it's there. It was fun to pursue. I got some money invested. Oh my God. You know, I can get maybe 2 times out of it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Because
My
enough
bigger-
time has
my-
went by.
My bigger point is that I'm not buying my cards worrying about my return on investment. The fact that the fact that it's stable, that's cool and all. But if
Because
that's
you're
all
a
I'm worried
collector
about,
first, that's why.
yeah. If that's all I'm worried about, then there are better avenues for my money. There are honestly better places for me to put it. Like, honestly, there are. This is actually fine. That's great. But I could 100% have done better in other avenues. I could have taken that same money and put it somewhere else,
Panel
and it would have worked
on
better.
Alibaba, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe I should have bought some more Doge. But the point is that
You
the
should
point
have,
is,
yes. You should
yeah,
have.
obviously. But the point is that I'm not concerned about the ROI of my card and purchases. That's not a consideration for
not a
me on a
hobby.
day-to-day, unless I am buying something with the intention of selling it. Like that CM Punk card. I thought it was underpriced when I bought it,
Well,
and my intention was
that's
to release it.
education. And
Yeah, that was
perception.
but that was the initial thought at purchase. The initial thought at purchase was, I feel this is undervalued. I believe that I can sell it for more. Turned out I was correct.
and
That's
you will
great.
offset your next purchase from that sale. You're happier going forward. Everyone's happy.
Correct. Now, speaking of the one-of-one, since you brought it up, because it actually plays into this comment, in this question, point, is that I purchased this card from this seller. I talked about the negotiation, how they kind of botched, which should have been a really easy negotiation, dragged it out for months, only to basically make no more money.
Yeah.
But, so that's one point. Here's the second point. As a collector, I made a choice to purchase this card in the end. The price point on it was close to what I originally offered. Fine, great. But here's an interesting thing. Talking about vintage versus modern. This is a modern wrestling card from a second-tier wrestling company of one of the characters in it, and the amount of money that I spent on that card, I could have, for the same money, purchased a 53 Topps Jackie Robinson
I understand.
or a Satchel Paige, or a bunch of other cards that would have fit into some of these other set projects. So I had the money to purchase this thing, and I chose instead to collect the thing that amused me or entertained me or fit into this. I also collect this other thing. I made a decision because I could literally have gone on eBay right now for the same amount of money and bought a 53 Topps Jackie Robinson today, or the Satchel Paige today. Why didn't I do that? Because I wanted the other card more. I was more interested. I will probably buy that other card down the road, but I would rather have this one first with the same amount of money being deployed one way or the other. I could choose A or B. I still collect vintage as well, but like guys, I collect the thing that interests me the most at that time. I can't buy all of it at the same time. I don't have bougie Eric money. I can't just
No.
buy everything.
Eric does
do
it.
So
that.
I have to
You
make a
do that.
choice. I can buy one today, or maybe the other one down the road. By the way, if we're talking about ROI, financial, whatever, well, then the Jackie Robinson would have been correct. That would have been the optimal. That would have been more optimal because that card immediately holds value.
Priority
This other
and
card, I
motivation.
promise, will be worth less in 5 years than what I just paid for it.
Priority and motivation are your key things because that is flux all the time. It depends. If you're chasing a set and you really want to complete it, you're going to buy the Jackie Robinson or whatever. But if you're looking, you're kind of going, yeah, that's fine. I want to move forward. I want to do something, and we can choose anything at any point in time. Like it doesn't really matter.
We're making choices every day. We're making choices all the time.
Exactly. And our choices are sometimes motivated by maybe even online, but even by the influence of others or that hard pursuit inside you that kind of says, yeah, I really like that set. Like, Yannick with the C57 set, like he's really motivated about that. Now he got another set. Now, he's feeling that. It's just feeling that for now, whether he does modern or does vintage, it doesn't matter. That motivation is there. And it's whatever makes you feel good inside. And I think that's a healthy thing going forward because
that's important.
It alleviates a lot of stress from your life. If you have a lot of stress in your life and you get satisfaction out of buying or purchasing or collecting, it's a good thing. It can't be a bad thing. And I think it really helps people live longer and give them some purpose. And I think that's the key part of a hobby. I think that should be in the definition. It gives people purpose. And I think we all need some purpose in our life because there's so much shit going on in the world that, this little bit of what we collect or what we do is our own thing that we can do at any point in time. We can do whatever we want. And people can say bad or good things. It doesn't matter because it's about you. And that's really what the hobby is all about. Boy, that was like, wow.
It's very profound. Very profound from Burrell and the Garage of Knowledge.
But it is true.
So Bobby is making the salient point. There's a very salient point in what you just said. And this is, I think, critical. And as we wind down, we're about to wind down here because Eric's about to kill over. Well, I actually kind of wanted to kill over. That'd be very funny for me. That'd be very funny for me. But we'll be merciful. Eric's paying for the like button, so we'll be merciful. So let me touch on, because Bobby made a very salient point that I want to put a button on here. So what he just said is bang on 100%. And this is critical, and this plays into this last point that I was making. The money could have been deployed in one of two directions in this scenario that I just talked about. Both would have been fine. You could make an argument for both. Like, it's completely fine. Here's the thing. Then this card comes in. I'm going to make a video talking about the pickup and everything. I'm going to put it beside its counterpart because I have two similar ones from the same series that are part of it. They're both one of ones, so I'm the only one who has both versions of it. So for me, that is going to be enjoyable. I'm going to have fun doing that. I'm going to post it on the Facebook group that I'm in with some other like-minded collectors. Where I'm the only person who's able to post that specific one because there's only been one series of Allure. There's only been one out there that's been out there. So these are the only ones that match that criteria. And I've been able to put it together. I have quite the collection for that character in wrestling.
The key word was like-minded is the other part.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So here's the difference. In that scenario, I'll take a picture of it. I'll talk about it. And if we chat with some fellow collectors, we'll chat. Oh man, I can't believe you got that one and that one all to put them together and whatever. You're the only one who kind of has that set of those two and all that, whatever. Great. I buy the 53 Topps Jackie Robinson instead. Let's go the other scenario. Here's what happens. It's a cool card. I'll take a picture of it. I'll put it on my Instagram and all that. And you know what happens after that? I take the card. I put it in the box. It goes in the box with the other ones.
Same thing with Badano.
Yeah, but because at this stage, it's just one of a set. But Jackie Robinson, he broke the color barrier. I understand all those things. I know those things. But for me, it's just another card in the set. I'm only picking it up because I'm slowly putting together that set. That's the only reason I'm buying it. It's a cool card. It's card number 1 in the series. It's a very nice card. I love 53 Topps. I think it's a great card. I'm not going to spend any more time looking at it. I'm not going to pretend that I am. I'm not. I'm going to put it in the box. It's going in the box. I might look at it in 6 months.
Yeah, but our motivations change. Sometimes we just get into something. Something will happen and you go, I'd like to finish that set. Okay, yeah, I'm going to pursue it. We have that random choice at any point in time when you're in a hobby and you're collecting vintage or old or new, or it doesn't matter. Is we can center in on something that motivates us for now. Like you might see a great video and go, damn, yeah, I should get that card. Man, that's a nice one. Yeah. And there's a good one on eBay right now. Maybe I should go for it. You know, we can change at any point in time our motivation. And it's what motivates us. Now, a lot of it's influenced by like online and stuff like that. A lot of guys go, oh, I got to get the Bedard. I got to get the, you know, whatever makes you happy in the end game. It doesn't matter. Like Carlos said, he can buy that Jackie Robinson, or he could buy the CM Punk, or he could buy whatever he's going to buy. It doesn't matter. That's up to Carlos, as long as it makes Carlos happy. Now, the other people who do things for false reasons, we can look into the Mangione effect, or we can look at other videos where people are just doing stuff for clicks. The difference between that is the hobbyist and the person looking for self gratification, I guess, at that point. And if you
I think it's deeply disturbing how much effort Eric will do for clicks. I think it's deeply disturbing the amount of stuff Eric will do for clicks. The whole Boston Bruins thing is just for clicks.
It is.
He's like, he knows everybody's like, oh my God, Boston Bruins, seriously, what the hell's wrong with you? What are you doing? He's like, he just wants attention.
I do.
Eric, you haven't said much tonight. Please say something. I got to hit the can.
I'm trying to wind you down there, Eric. I'm trying to save you.
I think Bobby was very profound. I agreed with everything he had to say. Do what you like. Collect what you like. I mean, that's what we try to, get people to understand for years. We've said it a million times. And I think, Bobby did a really good job. I think that's and I do want to end the show. I'm exhausted. I will be asleep minutes after this goes off, but I think that's a good way to end. I think his message was good and distinct. And, I think that's something that, that's something that should be cut out and put into a short or something. I don't know. Cause it really was a good, distinct message about what this is all about and why we're here and what we're doing and how it should be done correctly. So I think he did a pretty good job there. So I wasn't going to interrupt that soliloquy.
It's fair. I think so. Maybe we'll see. Maybe it'll wind up as a short. So I was gonna. So funny enough, this last segment we wound up 5% more mature. Who knew? So I wanted. That's why I say I wanted to use the example. I wanted to make the point. And what's funny is that someone could legitimately say, "Oh my God, that's foolish. That card that you purchase is gonna lose value." And I'm like, I'm telling you in advance. Yes, it will. Yeah. In fact, I'm guaranteeing it's going to lose value. If I ever was to sell it, it will sell for less than what I bought it for. And yet I bought it anyway, knowing that, because I would rather have that than the easy, safe option. Why would I do that? Because it amuses me. Because it's what I wanted. I would rather spend money on something the other thing is there. I can go on eBay and buy a Jackie Robinson, 50 of them. There's 50 of them on eBay right now.
Yeah, it's easy. And
it's not that hard.
And it's easier to find those actually.
Every day, all day and every day, nonstop, without even a question. So the point is, because it's there, because I can do it whenever, I'll get around to it when I get around to it. And I'll find a copy that's suitable for me at that time. But there's no rush, there's no hurry, there's no urgency, is my point. And everybody's got to figure it out. You figure out your own business on that. But I made this conscious decision to do that. And I did that because that's what I wanted to do. I think there's too many people who are spending an awful lot of time being concerned about getting the approval of other people in their purchase. They want to get the kudos. And they're more concerned about the kudos than, well, did you actually want the thing in the first place? Yeah. Did you want it? Or did you want it because you know that you'll get the kudos and the approval? I'm not going to get the kudos and the approval from most people because they're like, oh, you could have bought the Jackie Robinson. I don't care about the Jackie Robinson that much. I'll get to it when I get to it.
That's why I buy all my Reggie Lumlin cards, is for the kudos and the clicks.
Oh, that's exactly.
Well, I think there's a lot of posturing going on too.
With my Reggie,
but it's also repetition. I'll watch. There'll be cycles where somebody will buy a card, and then the next person will be like, "I was inspired to buy the exact same card," and then this other person. Well, I guarantee you, nobody's buying the shit that I'm buying. Nobody is buying the Josh Rosens because I buy Josh Rosen. And if you are, God help you.
And nobody's buying the shit I'm buying. So
yeah, like I would hope not. For your sakes, I would hope not. Ed here. Good evening, Ed. Bobby knocked it out of the park. Make it a short. I'll see what I can do. A Burlisms clip. There you go. I love it.
Ooh,
All right. So
realism.
anyway, we'll let Eric keel over and collapse
Yes.
for our amusement. So we'll
He's
let him do that. Zach here says, I'll watch my friend blow $200 at casino like it's nothing, but others will overanalyze spending $200 on a card. You like it, just buy it. I think
True.
that's fair.
Yeah.
If you can afford to do so, here's the takeaway message before we leave tonight. Stop worrying about what the people on the social medias are going to think and just buy. If you can afford to do so, if it will not hinder anything else in your life and you can just go on about your business right after, buy the damn thing and be done with it. Just move on.
Perfect.
Just get the thing and enjoy it and shut up.
Whatever makes you happy.
Like, it's cool. It's fine. You have my permission. Go ahead. Again, as long as it doesn't cause you any issues, as long as it doesn't cause you any detriment, as long as it doesn't put you in any debt unnecessarily, whatever, just do it, buy the damn thing and move on with your life. And don't worry about getting the approval of others. I will buy a dentist card any day of the week over at Jackie Robinson because it amuses me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get to the Jackie Robinson when I do. I'll get to the Satchel page when I do. It'll show up at some point whenever I get around
There'll be
to it.
that deal that I think you're waiting for.
There'll be, Bobby, I guarantee
And
there
I
will
think
be a
those
day.
are the exciting points about collecting is that, oh, there's a good deal.
I guarantee I will come across the right copy at
That's
the right
right.
price in the right situation, and it'll be like hell of a deal.
And those are the things that's the waiting fors. And I think the anticipation of the waiting fors that we're all looking for is waiting for that right opportunity at the right time, at the right price, and we get it, and we feel really good about the purchase. We feel really good about the acquisition, and we also feel really good about ourselves, being that much sharper, I think, because we like to compliment ourselves, don't we? So,
Wow. As men of peace and men of humility, I'm shocked by this very notion. But nonetheless. All right. Nonetheless. All right, folks. Great conversation tonight. Actually, some really good stuff. We covered my whole agenda. We covered a lot of ground
And
tonight.
then some.
We got some pretty good stuff in there. So thank you to the Burrell and the Garage of Knowledge as always. Eric's here. We had Brandon, we had Yannick, we had a full complement. Folks in the chat, thank you for popping in and chiming in as well. So thank you all. We'll look back on our predictions. Let's see how this weekend goes. I will confirm this weekend once I know what's going on. I may have a video based on FanCon. We'll see. Listen, I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can put something together.
Is that this Saturday? Next Saturday.
Well, right. Well, no, Bobby. It's hours from now. It's already Saturday. We are hours from now.
What am I
shall be
doing
at
Saturday?
FanCon.
I might even go.
Oh, I doubt it. $40 for entrance. I don't know if you want in on that.
$40 is nothing. Whatever. That's
I bought my ticket either way. I'll meet Luke and I'll get my card. So one way or the other, I'll be there at least for a little while just to get my
it's
card.
fun just to say that you were there. I've always been that person who likes to go to shows, even though I maybe shouldn't go to a lot of them. I just like to go to be there to see what's going on in the hobby, just to keep especially with the new stuff. The old stuff, I've been there and back with all the old shows and dealers and what have you. It's nice going forward and learning a little bit more from what's going on in the hobby, in the marketplace. I think it's a good education for anybody.
And it's an excuse for you to break out the Sailor Moon costume.
Yeah, exactly.
Eric, are you sure you don't want to come across? Like, there's still time. If you start driving now,
Yeah, I'm good.
there's still time. Just saying.
Nope, I'm good.
Halls 3 and 4, International Center. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Anyway, all
They
right.
get
So
good
that'll be
hot
it for
dogs
us. Hey, who knows? So anyway, so I'll be there for sure. And then the other part that I'm going to also, I'm about 95% sure I'll probably do the Bills and Ravens football game. We'll probably do a watch along live. I'll see if I can set up the
I
placeholder
want one of those
tomorrow.
Firehouse subs. That's why I really want to come out there. But anyways,
Hey, listen, it works. This is solid. It's a win right there. Bobby wants to check the vibes. It's all with the vibes. It's all with the
and
vibes.
it's always good to stay on top of things. Doesn't matter how old you are.
Oh, listen, Eric's trying to play this game. He doesn't want to. He's like, oh no, I'm not about the vibes. You're about the vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Be about the vibes.
I don't care about the vibes.
Well, one person did, and look what happened to him. Anyways.
Anyway, folks, have yourselves a great night. We'll catch you next episode, 223rd of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Still don't know. We're hoping by
Figure it out.
250, maybe we'll figure it out. No promises, but we're hoping by 250 we'll figure it out. So that'll be it. Otherwise, there'll be a podcast episode early on in the week, probably Tuesday. Tuesday, I should expect it to drop, and then live stream like normal. And then maybe, like I said, we'll maybe get another video in between. Maybe a video on the wrestling channel, maybe some pickup video. Who knows? Some other stuff. Anyway, but that's it for us this time around. We'll catch you in the next one.
Thanks, everybody.
Ciao.